figure. You know, there are different variations, which for me just come from where that individual is coming from originally. You know, what they were exposed to.
It go back to the adjective or the noun. You're absolutely
Exactly.
right with that phrase. It's either the
And
adjective
how
or the
people,
noun.
but a lot of us came through revivalists. A lot of us came through, I mean, our background, what we were taught as children, and were socialized as a Catholic. Some of us socialized as Methodists, and you know, different things. But the central thing is our redemption as a race. You understand? So it's not so much those different characteristics, is where we as African people find ourselves in a system that is denying us our human rights. And one of the tools that we use to gain it is our spiritual, you know, interpretation of ourselves and how we should live, and you know, what we should adopt and what we shouldn't, you know. So we are going through that. So I don't hold a hard and fast rule on the theological side. His Imperial Majesty, you know, they were saying, well, oh, we have to look at his speeches or look at his this or look, but it's history. It's a history of His Imperial Majesty, as well as the spirituality. You know what I mean? Like your historical references is different from your spiritual, you know, it's two different planes. One is a physical plane and one is a spiritual plane. So you have to blend, you know, the two, and don't be hard and fast. Some people can go to a higher spiritual realm when they are appreciating certain things. Some people can only, you know, grasp, and it's not a lower or a higher. It's what people consciousness can allow them to do. You know what I mean? But if fundamentally they're changing themselves, you know, more appropriately, and their self-esteem and their how they, you know, use meaning how they approach life. You understand? Your health, your thoughts, you know, those general principles, as long as those are being manifested in a way that is, you know, positive, then you give and take. And I can't don't like you because of your particular, you know, way that you approach theology, because it is so mixed up in the first place. You know, it was the first ship that brought us here was called Jesus. You know what I mean?
True word, true word.
Mm.
You know, I
Mhm.
like your approach. Um, as you said that we all get the information, you know,
Mhm.
and we are all trying to decipher the information. And
Yes.
as one of the things that we're talking about is we want to convene um a constitutional reasoning in July, and we are going to put together a working document on a Gmail that people can contribute from different angles, you know, onto this Gmail, Rastafari Global Reasoning at gmail.com.
Mhm.
So when you go to that document, you will be able to add or contribute to whatever your opinion is, and then ultimately going, you know, further, more and more reasonings we have throughout the year, we trash out different aspects of it, of the document, and then put it in that, you know, different places globally can contribute to the document. And so by the time we reach July, when we convene, we see what is the majority of things that people want to discuss and what really want to trash out. That going forward, as you said, the different decipherings of the written words and the words of His Majesty and the words of the elders, we create a clearer path, you know, for the next generation coming into 2022. There's a place online. I don't know if you know Empress Maxine. We actually have a website now, RastafariGlobal.com.
Okay.
Yeah, RastafariGlobal.com. Where eventually we're not going to be on Zoom. We're going to do this on RastafariGlobal.com. We're going to have these discussions in our own space created by us. Right now, you can actually post videos.
Well, it's interesting, you know.
Mhm.
Bless
Yes.
up all. I'm going to go now, but I've been in and out listening to the reasoning, and it's very powerful. I'm glad that you're putting these thoughts forward. As I said in the chat, yes, coming together and really researching. Just really quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm
No,
leaving.
man, no, man, no, man. Go ahead, Empress.
Yes. What you were saying about really researching all that our elders have known, because sadly, because we're divorced from our elders and our culture, and they won't tell us. The other day, we had an African dance class here, and the Syrian woman next door, or Lebanese, I guess, was asking me if it's Obia we're practicing. I mean, all the foolishness that's just out here.
That's rude. That
It's
is
Obey is
very
illegal
rude.
anyway.
trying to be rude.
Obey is
She was
illegal
trying to be
anymore.
rude, but I was, giving her the power to like make me upset. But yes, she was trying to be very rude. So that that's where they're coming from. You beat the drum, it must be Obia. And what if it is Obia? You know what? We need to
Yeah,
have
that's what I was about to say. What? Yeah,
exactly.
you have to claim it
Yes,
because,
exactly.
because that is what they used to It's like I saw our Minister of Culture, Babsy Grange, applied for the intangible cultural heritage inscription for revival. And when you saw that application and what constituted the application and what references, because her mom was and I guess she's also a member really of that revival, faith, and they're talking about what town, and they're describing all of these things that, and even the Prime Minister, Edward Seaga, was a member, Capo. I mean, when you saw that, I'll share that application with you because I think it's very informative when you look at the governance structure of how they participate in it. Yet still, they continued with this being illegal under law. So this is the Prime Minister and the Minister of Culture that is applying now for protection for what they practice or what they, yet still this thing that is in the law, that this is illegal and you can go to jail and all kind of stuff, is on. So I was like, the duality is very interesting, and that is what we need as a community to observe, how these things are used to deny us, but in their way they still want. I think that's a big fight now with the culture and government and all these people, because they want to
There's a culture war. I would love for it if you could send that document to Ras Caleb, Empress Maxine. You have Caleb
I will.
email, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, man. Send that to Caleb that we can have.
Very, very
That's
interesting.
interesting.
Very, very, very. And then you will see what they're doing now with the community. Because what they try to do is they try to, well, I mean, the minister is a stakeholder in revival. She's also a stakeholder in the reggae music industry. So when you look at the ICH, other than being a minister, she's a stakeholder, she's active. So the problem that we're having with the Rastafari is that she's not a stakeholder. And so the control mechanism that she has, from that governance level and what they're doing, it is very interesting what we're, kind of going through as Afrocentric people, or people, because the whole reggae thing is still, the debate is about the Rastafari culture. Because even though they call it reggae, like to cover all of Jamaican music, reggae is a Rastafari influenced genre. That because of the ascendancy of Bob Marley and the popularity, they have decided to call everything Jamaican reggae. You understand? And then it creates such a confusion in, deciphering what
Yes,
community
sir.
rights and all of that is.
Yeah, man, yeah, man.
That huh?
I say Babsy Grange, remember she's a product of Edward Siaga, you know. Him
Yeah.
groom her well, you know. Remember she
No,
has
but
the
but
pucker, you know.
yeah, but she's more a product of her mother. You understand? Who is part of that environment that would have influenced him. So when people think it is a one-way street from him to her, it is quite circular.
Yeah. No, Empress Maxine. My grandfather is a Pokemon. Yeah, man. Bless up, Tayoma.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Give thanks for that sound. Give thanks for that sound. Because
Yes.
we know that the Lebanese were the masters of the Phoenician Empire,
Mhm.
which were one of the first invaders that invaded North Africa and colonized Tunisia and Algeria. And so they have that, they come to Jamaica, they have that in the back of their mind. Although they are refugees from their own country, which we know that, but them things say we not in a sense that we are idiot. And so when Hezbollah was wreaking havoc in Lebanon and the war in 67 with Israel, a lot of them ran away
Yes.
and came to the Caribbean and the West, right? And them go on like say them is smuddy, although they're taking refuge.
Yeah.
And the
Well,
same
actually,
thing,
he was actually this was his PhD that caused him. It was interesting when you read his story as to how he got into the whole revival and
no, I'm talking about the Lebanese in general, not just Siaga himself, but because we brought them up in Ghana also,
that what?
A lot of these Lebanese people, they are trying to control the gold industry in Ghana.
Yeah, well, they are the merchant class, you remember they are, because when you look at the whole environment of how all of these things happen, whether it's slavery or anything, the first people that go in, or the first encounter is trade.
Yes.
So people go into trade first, then this is something where they want more of, or they want, but it starts all with trade. Everything starts with trade. The whole going down the river Nile into the Congo River, and when you see all these explorers, they're trading. You understand? Then they buck up on these people or the situations, and then they say,
look at the Chinese. Look at the Chinese and Jamaica. Look where they're coming from, and look where it is at now. As you said, it started with trade.
Trade. All of it started with trade.
You had the free zone area, and now they took over the whole wharf.
Let me tell you, this whole thing about trade is very interesting when especially when they carved up Africa after the emancipation was, supposedly negotiated. They went immediately to the carving up of Africa. And then when you understood how they carve and why they carve, or how they know this or how they know that, it was the explorers who went there on trading, and they meet this king or that person, or you know what I mean? It was all trade. I don't know if and the trading comes from you'd have to study trade to understand what's really going on. If you think it's just people waking up and deciding to do this or that, you'd be very surprised. How much things happen in the world is trade.
It's also the trading of culture and ideas, and as you said, knowledge, about the culture and about, who controls what, and being able to influence that person because you traded and, maybe you gave it, it's
even the idea of sugar, right? And how sugar entered the taste is like cocaine, because you had a world that was existed before sugar entered the diet of man. The sugar from the sugar cane. And the demand for that sugar was like gold, like literal gold, the immense demand. And then they had to find, and it's only specific places, I guess maybe it came from India or somewhere on that, where they were
Yeah.
trading.
Yeah, they came from the east.
It's like the ganja now, like the ganja is in demand, the world wants it, so then you have to find places now to go and produce it. Then when they realized that the heat, and the sun, the energy that was necessary to produce it is what created the conditions for the African slave trade. Because if they could have made it themselves, they would have used the people in wherever them said the climatic conditions were to create this. They'd have used the people there, whether it was the Arawak them or whoever them buck upon. But they literally could not withstand the conditions of growing this sugarcane plant, this plant. So, but it's the demand in the human diet before that created this thing, like what you see, they're going through all of this to make cocaine and get it all over the world. You understand what I'm saying? Like, as much as them say, them try to stop it. When the human being wants something, and how much hundreds of millions of them, you have hell. You understand? The world will just the person, the money, the
demand and supply. Demand and supply is the basis of economics.
All right. So if you look at what has changed the world, you would see that the spices of the world, anytime the spice, whether curry or whatever, enter into the human diet, it drives. You understand? It drives so much of human history. So you have to look at
it was salt and sugar. There were instances that Roman soldiers were actually paid in salt.
Exactly. And there was a time when salt was never in the human diet. In that, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's the whole thing they say about Sodom and Gomorrah. Is a city that was built around salt.
Yes, that's why them say Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt. It's not that, there's a lot of misinterpretation in the Bible. It's not that she turned into a pillar of salt. She turned at the pillar of salt. So there's a pillar of salt over there between Iran and Iraq. And that is where she turned. So Lot went into Palestine and she turned into Iraq and Iran. So it's not that she physically turned into salt. She turned
but what
at
happened
the
is that
pillar of salt.
The generation of wealth and the corruption that comes with it in those spaces, and the lifestyle when, all this wealth comes into a particular place. It just changed people's characteristics and they start to do one bunch of foolishness like what is happening now in, Western societies and stuff like that. So human beings they're predictable. Like you can predict the rise and the decline of civilizations because in the rise.
Empress Maxine, that it's to go back to the topic that we're talking about, constitute. I think you came full circle when we talk about the ganja, and I think that is a touchable subject when it comes to the constitution of Rastafari. There is a commercial space, but I don't think more credence is given to the sacramental space of Rastafari. I personally don't like Rasta just smoking on the road. I don't think it's a kosher thing. I don't think I think it's disrespectful because now, especially like in spaces like Jamaica where herb is legal and Rastafari has been given a certain amount of provision in the law for a sacrament. I think now we need to kind of draw back in ourselves and say, okay, we are actually giving this thing as a sacrament. We need to have sacramental spaces. The government.
No public smoking.
Exactly.
No, but you have to realize that smoking, the act of smoking, you have to look at what is the act of smoking. You understand? And how coming out of a slavery society and living into spaces where you don't even have a home or you don't have a veranda, you don't have anything private, that your public, what they consider public space, especially in Jamaica, is your veranda. Because from you come out of your yard, the majority of the people who are smoking, which we as Rastafari live amongst the people, we don't, it's not like we live in a community like we can organize ourselves because community this, community that. We live amongst the people. And so what is the conditions of the people? The majority of the people where we emerge from, they don't have no veranda. The road is them veranda. You understand what I'm saying? They live in a one room, them can't smoke in a them house or whatever space. Them have to come on. So it depends on when you say public, what you mean to me. You
Yeah,
understand?
I mean, absolutely, absolutely. There's some
Because all right,
virgin,
look at the
there's some
bars. Look
virgin
at
that don't. Yeah, yeah.
look
What
at
you
the
say?
From the
alcohol. Look at
church.
the alcohol. No,
Yeah,
look at alcohol.
right.
That is have all kind of things attached to it. They say you can't do this, that. But what is happening? You see, you have 50 million places where you can go drink alcohol. When you go into these communities, every other place is a bar. When you go all down in a Waterhouse and them places, from one place to the next is bar, 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 bar. So if you are saying now that public, that's what I'm asking you, what is public? What do you mean by public? Because if you don't create these same spaces, like how them have bar, like everybody can just put up a bar and say, oh, you can only drink in the confines of the bar. You can't come outside and drink. Well, then you would have to tell me that you set up that before you tell me about public.
Wait, no,
Actually,
Caleb, Caleb, Caleb.
Marlon.
Yeah.
Okay, it's an incident in them. We just come from Maxfield Church a couple hours ago, right? And a youth council member, Cam, who come from Tibet, right? Cam, me and him a reason. And in spite of the reasoning, him have him big ganja spliff in him hand, but it's not lit. But him see an elder approaching, so him say, elder, you want a seat? So hear me to myself. Him not even know who him I invite. You understand? So as the elder come to him now, the elder look on him spliff and talk to him and make it no smoking in church. Something like that. A second incident when church over now, because that's when I first come, I'm get to talk to come see half a church done now. Beside next church member talking to our next you council member, you know. Wait, the Bingi I'm when him come from, you know, I'm not Maxine, him come from Spanish Town. Right? And he was up at Pinnacle. But anyway, so it is do the races, should the races, right, in the community, who is also sensitive to orthodoxy, when they go to the Ethiopia Orthodox Church, like any other church, should they go with a split to also socialize? It is against the rule of the church. It's when I say, I leave my split in my car. While I was there asking me, Caleb, give me a split. No, I know you have something good. Me tell him, say, listen here, we don't travel with ganja, nothing more than a split.
Yes, I.
Yeah.
Yes, I. No,
Yeah.
Empress Maxine, I pray thee. What I know, cause I is a one where trad ghetto, Tavan, Hope Flat, Jungle, Rima, Pienland, Maxfield, you know, Standpipe. Every ghetto have a chalice den. Every ghetto in Jamaica have a chalice den. Every police in every county in Jamaica or parish know that chalice den is there. And is a place in the ghetto where we gather and we smoke chalice and we reason and we trash out. And I will go as far as to say, even sometime when they have politics and politics time, when even Sizzler, when Sizzler had his thing down in Judgment Yard, when you come there, you leave your gun at the door. And whether you are PMP or GLP, whether it's Badman or whatever, when you reach in the chalice den, it's literally like Switzerland. So that culture has been there from my father in the 70s. So Jamaica already have the spaces. What it is needed is the provisions of the law to govern those spaces, because those spaces are some of the spaces that actually create peace. The peace camp, the peace talk of the 1970s started in House of Dread, in Vineyard Town.
Yeah, but I grew up in that as well.
So
However,
you know what I'm talking about.
yeah. However, what transformed that in a major way was the entrance of cocaine into those communities. Because when the cocaine came in, it eradicated all of those spaces. Because I mean, I won't go into it now, but I'm telling you that most of
Gangs
those,
take over the cultural spaces.
the
Gangs take
whole,
over the cultural spaces.
not just in
and shit.
Jamaica, even in America, when I was in Brooklyn or Bronx or whatever, those same spaces existed when the ganja was a dominant trade. But once the cocaine came in, the attitudes of the people, the fact that the traders wanted to go up and trade the cocaine because you made more money, it was less bulky. You didn't have to store how much, 100 pounds. You know what I'm saying? In no places. So people, as business people, made decisions to go into the cocaine trade. There's only few people didn't go into it. And when they went into it, you know, when a man take a little, him get paranoid, man start to kill man. You couldn't leave a man, you know, usually you could leave a man with a ganja, him smoke a spliff or whatever, don't go in your business. But the cocaine transformed the thing into crazy.
I totally agree. I agree with what you're saying, Empress Maxine. But
that
like,
is why we can't, and that is why one of the biggest reasons that the ganja thing cannot be sorted out in Jamaica, in people's mind is a logical way, is because of the cocaine. That is here
ultimately,
as a trade. You know?
Ultimately, what we're talking about is, you know, the constitution of Rastafari. And, you know, you had asked a question about public spaces. So this is why I had said about the chalice dens. I was in Jamaica the end of 2000. I was in December 2019. And I was in Trelawny and I went to a chalice den in Trelawny. I was in New York in January, February, even last summer. And there were places in Brooklyn where it still happened. You know, it's like that culture has not disappeared. It, as you said, it has shrunk enormously because of the cocaine trade and just that culture. But because of ones and ones are still alive and still holding that and maintaining that pillar, it is still there. What I was talking about is in terms of what we want as a constitution. Are we going to say that Rasta just, you know, walk up and down on the road and smoke weed? Or are we trying to push the narrative where it is a sacramental thing? And so we kind of
you know why it's difficult? Because when you realize that it is used majoritively for stress release, right? Within our population, and the general population that we live amongst, it is hard for you to practice one thing and 10 other people in your same environment is practicing another. And so if your solution for yourself doesn't bring in those 10 other people, you have no solution. So you can't develop a solution for yourself that does not incorporate the other 10 people that surround you. So you can't come with like, okay, I'm going to create my own space on my thing. When, all right, look at say Bubble Hill. On your way to Bubble Hill, you have to pass through some of the roughest community walking go up there, right? So if you go up there now and say, oh, I'm going to create this space, blah, blah, blah. Bubble Hill have to negotiate with all of them people, them some bad man and some who also are trading the same ganja. You understand? My daughter, because you know, she says she want to go into the ganja thing and follow some people must go a Old Harbor and Westmoreland for buy, you know, see how this buying thing go. She said it's like a line. It's like a line of people line up from in the morning. It is such a all when people talk about illegal and whatever. She gave me a picture, even though I know it happening, but it was so vivid of how intense this, you know, trade is in amongst ourselves. Not talk about Epicana and Uptown, not talk amongst the people where we live. That to transform that and say you're just gonna go and live your life in a particular way. It's impossible. You and there's no Rastafari uniqueness outside of, like, to me, like Rastafari can't incorporate a sacramental space without the other people having their space. So it's either your space is going to supply all of these people. You can have no idea about you going to supply yourself. It is impossible. So that is what the Rastafari, well, certainly here in Jamaica, would have to be considering. That if you think so, you go and consider and say, well, boy, you going to have a special right. You alone can walk up and down with 10 pounds from point A to point B, and the rest of the people then will surround you is under some illegal jurisdiction. It's impossible. And that is what I see has been wrong with the Rastafari ones that are presenting arguments to the government.
Yeah, man.
They,
Blessed.
yeah.
Ras Babu Smith. There are some people that have been here and are not really hearing from them. I want to give them a chance. Babu Smith, you there? Who that? Brother Lance? Is that Brother Lance? Yeah, Brother Lance.
Yeah, Hotep.
Yeah, man. Blessed, man. Blessed.
Yes, bro. Yes, man. I'm listening to the conversation.
O'Shea.
Okay. Yes, man. I'm following it. I'm
Yeah,
hearing
man.
what you're saying.
Give
You
thanks.
want
Yeah.
to talk about Babsy, man.
Eh?
Lance, you want to talk about Babsy?
Me no business with them people in my lad. Me I look for our own thing in a Baba.
Oh,
Right?
Babsy Green.
Yeah. I used to sit beside her. I used to sit beside her at JCAP. As a director of JCAP. I was a director for 2 years. I don't know if you knew that, Empress Maxine.
No.
Yeah, I was a director with them, and I saw what they did. I know what they did. I actually have the papers. But right now we want to talk about ourselves. We need to kind of consolidate going into the 21st century, 2021. I think the movement need to consolidate on themselves and not just thinking about the outer community, but within ourselves. Brother Benji, are you there? Trying to give ones and ones a time to speak that just come in. There are a few people that came in, and I'm trying to get them. Brother Benji? Brother Benji? Keedan? I don't know if they don't want to speak. So, yeah, man, where you zooming from, Brother Lance?
Yeah, I'm in Kingston, Jamaica, down by Caveman Studio on Windward Road.
Yeah, man, tell my brother Benji, say Marlon say fi hail him up from Aluta Continua.
All right, I will do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Him is a Benji like myself, and I originally come from Jakes Road. I was born in Jakes Road.
I know Jakes Road, yeah, man. It's a bad area up there, man. What?
Yeah. My mom took me away when I was 2.5 years old because of the war in 1977.
What?
Yeah,
that long?
So because of that, you know, I get to grow in Mona with my father, and so I know Ras Caleb, through just being in the community. You know, Mona is a university community, and we have a lot of people high minds.
Yes, yes.
You know,
Right.
Professor Mikey Witter, Flipping Leach, Philip
I'm
Dawes,
a
that
neighbor.
yeah, Flipping Leach, Ray,
Mm-hmm.
Next
you
door.
know, that worked at JBC. I think he was there when His Majesty came. He was an intern in 1966.
I'm a next door neighbor. I marry Arthur Wynn wife.
Yeah. Errol McDonald, who is like the father-in-law of Chronix. You know, as Mona them come from. Kelissa that worked with the UN, Errol's wife. You know, they still have a house in Mona. Ainika Mosey, you know, he lived in Mona also. So it's a community that produced a lot of revolutionaries. So this is, you know, 1977
You
when
remember Mr. Wilson?
yes.
Henry Maxine, Henry Wilson's father. He was with JP.
All right. That man they signed my wedding papers.
Can I ask what happened to Eleanor Wint, Sister Eleanor Wint?
Didn't she die?
I don't know. This is why I'm asking. I've not heard.
No,
I heard she'd gone to Canada at one point. Never heard nothing more about her.
You mean Arthur Wynn's wife?
To Eleanor Wint.
Is that Arthur Wynn's wife?
I don't know if he was. I didn't get the impression she was married to Arthur Wint.
Okay.
Who is Eleanor Wynn?
I know the name Eleanor Wint.
She was a lecturer in the social science at the UWI.
Yes. But as we said, Empress, I would love for you and Asfa, Wolete Asfa, the information that we're talking about in terms of the divisions within the reasoning in Rastafari in London. Take forward this message, and also we will be posting this. We're recording this right now. We will be posting it on the website rastafariglobal.com for ones to listen and use it as a reference to go forward and do their research on what we're talking about, the Afrocentric core of Rastafari as a theology and a philosophy within theology. Because of the time, as growing up, you know, me and Caleb growing up in Jamaica and Rasbuki, Rastafari is just in our environment and it's easier to absorb. But for brethren and sisters out of Jamaica, growing up in London or growing up in Europe or growing up in America, they don't get that privilege.
I wouldn't be so certain about that. There's aspects of Rastafari, yes, which obviously been in Jamaica, but you have to remember we are the said people from that region here in the UK, and you know, and you know, the Rastafari movement from the UK perspective came with the elders at that time from the island, you know, so we get some very strong and firm teaching, and yes, a bit different because, you know, I personally always believe that here we're in a very strategic position for the movement. It's just unfortunately we don't get utilized enough. Pardon me.
Yeah, I mean that is what I'm saying. Like in the day-to-day, ones on ones I think are united. You know, when they see another one, when they hear another one speak, you know, this virgin or this sister, you know, they come from the islands. I can hear the accent. We automatically identify. You know, we know some of the food, the dumpling and the rice and peas we're gonna eat. You know, it's automatic. But then when we start to talk, I've seen arguments reach to the point where races and races come to blows just on the basis of some nuance. And this is the stuff that we need to eradicate, because at this point, we don't have the time for it.
Ego. Ego, that's all it is. From people start to fist fight. Ego. So it's just identifying the ego. And once you identify the ego, you can't go wrong because you already know so the ego for soon.
Yeah, right now that time passed. We can't waste time on that right now. It is far too important. That's why Rasbuki came up with this idea of a convenience of a constitutional referendum on Rastafari. And it's stuff like that. We're talking about public smoking. Just even when we see Rastafari draw within ourselves. And if ever Rastafari, if this information is disseminated to every Rastafari around the world, that Rastafari must now consolidate and draw within themselves. And so if we're gonna smoke, it's like I was gonna tell Maxine my experience in Morocco. In Morocco, they have smoking dens specifically for hashish. In Morocco, they smoke tobacco, but they smoke hashish, which is the gum part of the resin of the marijuana plant. And because it is a Muslim country, smoking is kind of frowned upon. So there's just like the same chalice den that we have in Jamaica, they create their own spaces, and it is all over the city, in every single city. And they're Muslims, and they know that smoking is not really looked upon good in the establishment. But the king himself in Morocco smoke weed. Hassan Muhammad VI, right? And so what he does, he gives provision for these dens throughout the country. And so this is what I'm talking about for even us, Rastafari, to say, you know what? We need to, even if we're going to smoke with ones that is not Rasta, we're not gonna take it out there in the public. We're not gonna walk up and down on the beach, and we're not gonna walk up and down on the street and blow smoke like choo train. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna take it that the law itself have to respect us. And when the law see us make those provisions, that is when we're gonna get more respect in the law. And so even I love, Empress Walete, Sister Asfa, the ones them to bring forward this message to Rastafari. Nobody smoke on the road. This is this type of stuff we want to talk about, the Constitution, the referendum on the Constitution as being the verb of Rastafari, not a noun, a document, but the verb, the things we do.
Every community have to have a behavioral pattern. That's what it is. And the Constitution have to reflect that in organization, the behavioral code of conduct.
Simple, my brother, simple. These are the things that we're talking about. As we said before, this is a part of Rastafari Global Plan 2021. This is what we want to put forward. We're having a document. Right now there is Rastafari Global Reason 2020 at Yahoo. And we're setting up Rastafari Global Reasoning at Gmail so that we can put a working document for what we want to put in the Constitution. One of the things that you said, Empress Walete, is about the theology of Christ within the Rastafari movement. I think that is very important. Empress Asfa, is there another point that you would love to see discussed within Rastafari?
I'm in tune with the whole iration and all the mention. Yeah. Yes.
No, I'm from a young person's perspective and engaging with the ones in London. Is there an issue that you would love to see discussed on a global level through the Rastafari global reasoning that we can put in this working document of a referendum on the Constitution of Rastafari?
No.
And Empress Wolete Georg, is there another issue that you want to put forward?
I'm not quite certain if it's for what the eye they're looking for.
No, it's just a matter of your opinion. It's like what you have seen.
Well, it's not necessarily what I've seen, what the next thing I've got on in my thoughts. It's where we're at here in the UK with this whole COVID situation, and where the community is at, because I think when I last spoke to you, you know, we're here trying to organize groups going into Africa at the moment. So that's very much where our push is.
Yeah. Brother Lance, is there an issue that you would like to put forward in regards to the referendum on Rastafari in terms of this document that we're putting together for our constitutional conference?
Make him know say he needs to unmute himself. Bro Lance, he needs to unmute.
Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Good. All right, yeah. This is the thing, right?
Yes.
So as you all know, or some of you know, I'm involved with a matter in the Supreme Court in Jamaica. And what I found out is that that in Jamaica, we have passed the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom in 2011. And we are the only country in the world, apart from England and Canada, to have a national law relating to human rights and freedom. And I'm saying this, that this is an outcome from Mr. Marcus Garvey's 1929 People's Liberal Party manifesto. And so what I'm trying to say is that Mr. Garvey's manifesto from 1929 has been enacted into law in Jamaica now. But for some reason, nobody seems to accept or understand what this means. It means all the ideas of Mr. Garvey are fulfilled, and also his ideas are fulfilled in law. So we are protected in our human rights and freedom, you see? And so this is the thing, that for some reason, we're not being told this. The government is obligated to tell us this in law. It states that they're obligated to inform you of our rights and freedom and our responsibility towards each other and their responsibility towards us. And the other thing is that the people who should know, I'm talking about those intellectuals on campus, Clinton Hutton, Michael Barnett, Jelani Nair, and an anarchist from Canada, Ajamu Enweya. They all know what this means, but they don't say anything about it. So what's been happening with me is that the government pretends as though this law, the constitutional change, has not been enacted. And so most people don't even understand that the law has changed and we're protected under law. You see, what has happened with me is that I was supposed to be in court yesterday, on Friday, before Judge Morrison in the Court of Appeal, but nothing happened, you see. What happened, they won't let me come to court, and they beat me, literally the people beat me in the court itself. But I persist, and I go back to court when they beat me. And so I've invoked the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom to protect myself. And I was able to see a Judge Leighton Pusey. And so what the law does is to create a court. And it's in fact, the court is the #1 courthouse on King Street, right? The Chief Justice's courthouse. It's our courthouse. The court belongs to us, the people of Jamaica. And the government cannot trouble us. They cannot breach our human rights and freedom, but they do it all the time. And they do it to me and my family. We were thrown out of our home and prevented from going to court to bring the matter back to be resolved. It's been 6 years now. We were beaten and thrown out of our house. And so what I'm trying to say is this, that what you're doing needs to take into account the fact that the political philosophy of Marcus Garvey is actually fulfilled in Jamaica, and the government cannot trouble us. They cannot beat you, they cannot deny you of your rights. We don't even know what our rights are. And all the time we struggle to find out that in fact we already have these rights, but we don't know they're there. And people, and like Sister Kabu, she's talking about going back to do Sankofa to 1929, to the manifesto, but the law has been changed to reflect the fact that the manifesto is enacted into law. You see? So this is the thing, that for some reason, in fact, I know the reason, that if the enactment was known, right, there'd be a whole different attitude towards each other, because we would be caring for each other. We would have a natural empathy to understand that we must respect our human rights and responsibilities and other people's human rights and responsibilities. Right now, we don't even know that we have them, or that we believe
what's the way forward? What's the way forward?
Right. Well, I think it's education. We need to. I think what we need is we need to have a conference, right? Maybe even on Zoom. Maybe even, we could organize it as a global Rastafari reasoning, right? We need to let people know that the amendment to the Constitution occurred in Jamaica, but for some reason, because the people who should actually be doing this, I'm talking about, as I said, Michael Barnett.
No, that's don't call no name. That's why I need to stay unmuted. Hold on.
I hear what you're saying.
Listen, Marlon, listen. That's the purpose why I need to be unmuted when Bro Lance is talking fire. You know why you're not seeing 100 people here? Every time people name call your people, go back and tell them in a fire. I can tell you the amount of people when I come here because they name call. Bro Lance, don't do this global Rastafari reasoning here. Just say university lecturers fire. Someone we all know who you're talking.
No, but this is the thing, right? So the thing about it is that Dr. Enwaha Ajamu Enwea, right? He is an anarchist from Canada. So when he came here in 2016, he told me he would help me, and he did help me. So I filed. To get into court before a judge in this court, all you need to do is file an application. What the court tells you is that you need to get permission from the court to come into court. This is to confuse you. You don't need permission from the court to get the other matter in before the court, you see? And so this is how they do it. They keep you ignorant of what is the law.
My question, Brother Lance, is what is the amendment?
Oh, okay. Well, listen, just go. There's a Gleaner article, right? It's called Section 13, right? So they took out the old one. They put in it's amended to Section 13, and it sets out the rights and responsibilities that literally everything that you wanted, right, in Jamaica, we have it. Right? There's a Gleaner article which you should read, and it will explain it all to you. I'll go through it very slowly, okay? It's called Rights and Responsibilities under the Charter. It's a Gleaner article from April 2011. All right, just Google that. All right, it's by the deputy public defender. Okay.
Is this
and
from
just
2006?
2011, right? That's when it was enacted. On the 8th of April 2011, right? So since then, we've had these rights in Jamaica, right? The government is under our control, right? The government is under the control of Rasta. Who predicted that, right? Right? Who predicted that? Rasta be in control of Jamaica. It has happened. All right, Jamaica is under control of Rasta right now. And in fact, the only person who supported me in all of this, all right, has been the only one person. I've been to everywhere for support, right? Only one group has been Dada Sizzler, Kalanji. He understood this. He understood what's going on.
I found it. April 17th, 2011.
Right, can you circulate it, right? Circulate it to everybody you can, right? And tell everybody to circulate that. That article explains it all, right? That it's there, it's been there all that time, and nobody knows about it, right? How could this be? This is the most important document in history, right? It means the end of slavery. How slavery works is that it's based on your forced ignorance of your rights. You already have your rights, but what they do, they make you feel you have no rights, you see? And so
this is tied to, it says this is tied to the Human Rights Declaration of 1948.
Say that again.
I said this is tied to the Human Rights Declaration of December 1948, Article 22 to 27.
Makes sense.
No, it was amended. It was amended on the 8th of April 2011.
No,
right?
no, I'm saying that this right that is given in 2011 is tied to the Human Rights Declaration. It is tied to it is citing the article 22 of section.
Right, exactly. But listen, it is better than that, right? It's Garvey that came from Garvey in 1920 at the convention in Madison Square Garden. Right, Garvey did the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro People of the World. Yeah, remember that? Right, that's where that comes from. So all the United Nations, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it comes from Garvey. It comes from us, right? And people don't know this, right? How could this be, right? And I had a very interesting experience. I'm going to call names, man. I had a very interesting experience with Jerry Small. I went. He did a show.
Regin, brother Lance, you hear Ras Caleb said, don't call any name. You start calling names, we're gonna mute you. You have to understand, listen, you have to understand the space that we are in, right? You have to understand it, you know what I'm saying? When we are talking, brother Lance, me, you and Caleb, you know, we can have a Zoom by ourselves and we can trash out certain things and get certain things documented. But in this space, Rastafari Global Reasoning, please, as the brethren say, I've been called by people and talk to people and they're saying people calling up their name. I know exactly what Ras Caleb is talking about. So please, I'm asking you, okay? We can explain without calling people name, please. Because we're trying to be a medium within Rastafari. So we have a very sensitive balancing act that we're trying to do, okay? Give thanks. You can unmute yourself, Brother Lance.
And bro Lance has so much to say for you. I have so much to say for you. Come on, the code of conduct, you know. The way we conduct ourselves. Because if we're not able to conduct ourselves, they must say we are a troublemaker. And Lance is one of the persons who people in the community say is a troublemaker, but is a person who I listen to.
No, definitely. Him have a lot of relevant information that we need to hear. But him just need to convey the information a certain way on this forum. So Brother Lance, you can unmute yourself. There's a button, just unmute yourself there. Him know the politics of Rasta and him understand. I think him just need for adhere
So that I
to.
can unmute him.
No, I cannot unmute him. You have to unmute yourself. I can ask him. There's a button that I'm asking him.
I found it. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we can hear.
Okay,
Go ahead.
good.
Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, good. All right, good. So on that show, right, it was about the 1948 Declaration of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You see, but it was clear that it was not known that we have a national act, Human Rights Act in Jamaica. And what I found out since is that there are only 3 countries in the world to have this. It's Jamaica, England, and Canada. How could this be? Out of 193 nations in the world, only 3 nations have a Human Rights Act enacted into its national law. All right? And I'm saying this is because of Garvey. How else could it be, right? That we, the country which is the foremost exploiter of...
Give me a second. Give me a second, Brother Lance. I'm going to read a paragraph out of the Act.
Right.
The Act opens with a clear statement of declaratory obligation on the part of the state to promote universal respect for observance of human rights and freedoms. But in the view, there is a seminal provision to be found in Section 13, which prohibits both Parliament and the original state of Jamaica from taking any action which abrogates, abridges, or infringes on the rights and freedoms which are to be found in Section 13, subsection 3, 6, and along those contained in sections 14, 15, 16, and 17. The Charter retains those rights and freedoms which were contained in the whole Chapter 3, such as the right to life, liberty, and the security of persons, freedom of thought, conscience, belief, and the observance of religious and political doctrines, political expression, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, freedom of movement, and the due process of law. Yes, I. No, this is a wonderful document you give us here, brother. This
exactly, but it's been there all that time.
Yeah.
It's been there since 2011, and nobody would told us about it. Why not? So I'm saying this, that what Global Rasta Region need to do is to have a constitutional conference about this document, so that everybody knows that it's there. And more importantly, that on Friday, 8th of January, I took that section 13(2)(b) into the Court of Appeal. They had abridged my rights, my due process rights of me and my family. And I took them into the Court of Appeal before the president of the Court of Appeal. His name is Judge Morrison. I went before him 3 years ago. And you know what they did to me at that time? They didn't do anything. He pretended he didn't know about 13(2)(b). Can you imagine that? He's the top judge in Jamaica. But I went there before him, and he said he didn't know anything about 13(2)(b). So I went back the next day on the 21st of December. And you know what they did to me? They pretended I wasn't there. So I wouldn't leave. They wouldn't say me I wouldn't leave. So I just stood there, held my position. And you know what they did? They sent in a policeman. His name is Jabir Douglas. He came up behind me. He kicked the back of my knee, so I fell to the ground. And then the man beat me in the Court of Appeal like I'm a slave. I called out blue murder. I called out for Judge Morrison, and he came, and he saw the man beating me, and he stopped the man from beating me. And you know what has happened since? Absolutely nothing. Right?
I just posted it. Yeah, a moment. I just posted it on Facebook. And I'm going to post it on the website by this evening.
Right.
So I think that action by the authorities was an infringement upon your rights.
Exactly.
And according to what I just saw on the amendment of rights, the human rights in Jamaica, I think you have the precedence to sue the state.
Yeah, this is the thing. But what happened next was that they beat me on the 21st. I went back there on the 22nd, and I demanded to see the same judge again. Right? I wouldn't leave. So he saw me on the 29th, and what did I do? I acted for Queen Mother Mariam Samad, and what I've done, right? Because nobody will support me, Queen Mother supported me. So what I've done, I've established, it's called the Queen Mother Mariam Samad and Attorney General Richard Hart Humanitarian and Family Law Center, all right? And so what I did, I acted in her name. So when I saw him on the 29th of December 2017, all right? So he saw me outside, but he wouldn't he wouldn't follow the law. This is what they're doing in Jamaica right now. They don't follow the law. And so what happened was that I presented him another document in the name of Queen Mother Mariam Samad and told her that if they won't act, then she will take over the power in Jamaica. And she has the power right now, right? And so I have that power from them not acting. When they don't act, you see, this is the thing, that when they don't act, they believe they don't do, that nothing has happened, but it has happened. They don't know how natural human rights work or its natural law work. When you don't fulfill your legal obligation, the power that you didn't exercise goes to the other party. All right, that's how it works, right? And so I have the power. Every time they don't act, they give you their power. So I'm telling you now that.
Do you know who Samuel Sanguinetti was?
No.
The Supreme Court Judge of Jamaica?
No, I don't know of him, no.
Oh, okay, he was my godfather.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Uh-huh. So, okay.
But the thing is, though, you have a pertinent case, and I'm really glad that you brought forward your case and highlight this act through your individual case, because now, as you said, these are the things that we're putting together on the conference to talk about, and you have highlighted one of I think one of the most important points.
It is so important. It is definitely.
Which is your human right.
Right.
Your human right, and on top of that, the infringement of the human rights of Jamaican people and Rastafari as a group on a whole.
But what they did it to Leonard Howell, right? What they did to me, they did to Leonard Howell. Can I continue, right?
I would love for you to expound on your knowledge of what happened to Leonard Howell in the 1960s, because I know that he was basically incarcerated and put in an asylum.
In Bellevue. I just come out of, I was in Bellevue. They did the same thing to me.
What did they do? What was the precedence? What was the precedence that they used to get?
Oh, okay. It's a thing called political psychiatry. Look it up on Wikipedia. I didn't even know it existed, right? Look it up. It's called political psychiatry. All they do is what they did to Howell, they did it to me, all right? All they do is they simply say that you're mad because you challenge them, because you don't bow to authority, and they'll put you in there, and then being there makes you a madman. And that's how they do it. That's what they did to me. But in fact, more important than importantly as our topic is, right? There's another important document. It's called the Universal. It's the Convention on Political and Cultural Rights. Okay, look that up as well. Okay, and also there's another document. These all come out of Garvey, right? Everything that the UN does. If you can imagine this, right? This is how great Garvey is. Everything in the UN comes from Garvey's 1920 Declaration of the Rights of Negro People of the World. Don't let them confuse you about they invented it. They didn't invent nothing. All they did is they copied from us, right? All Garvey did was that he just tuned in to what is natural law, human rights, law. It's universal human rights, right? They're there. Everybody has it. It's inalienable. And all they do, they pretend that they give it to you. They don't give you nothing. You already have it. Right. So anyway.
In my second, Brother Lance, Caleb, do you have a copy of the speech that Marcus Garvey made at this convention in New York? Is there a copy of the speech?
Yes, Yes, there is. I have it. I have it. It's on the. I can put it. I can post it online if you wish.
Okay, so send it by email to Caleb so that we can post it on the website.
Oh, okay, good. All right, but
Caleb,
can I tell you?
a moment, Brother Lance. Caleb, do you have a copy of that speech itself that
No,
Marcus
no.
Garvey made?
No, but Bro Lance has me email, we'll communicate stuff.
Wait, yeah, give me a second, Brother Lance. Ras Ayman. Ras Ayman.
Yes, sir. Blessed love.
Yeah. You know about this amendment that Brother Lance was talking about, the human rights that was amended into the Constitution of Jamaica in 2011.
No, I'm not consciously aware of it, you know.
I'm looking at the Gleaner
The Green article is good.
I'm looking at the Gleaner article that he sent, and it is laying it out. The author is Motondo K. Mukulu.
You can post it so I can get a copy.
As I said, we're gonna try and post it on the website. So you have to get a account on the website,
Okay,
rastafariglobal.com, or also
give me the
go
name,
in the chat.
I will look it up.
Go in the chat.
I will look it up.
I'm gonna post it in the chat. I'm gonna post the date of the article and the headline in the chat, so you can just simply Google it from the chat. Where is it, Caleb?
Marlon, mind you, and Lance, follow me closely. Mind you, Tivoli Gardens was invaded in 2010, May. There was human rights violations. We know so over 100 people dead, including madman, homeless people. The thugs mainly got away. Understand? So don't be surprised that less than 1 year later, Jamaica would need to amend, right? It's human rights declaration and it's signatory to the UN and that very same declaration, 1948, the rights of humans.
Yeah, no, what you're saying is serious, Caleb. I just realized the timeline that you're talking about, the attack in 2010 and the amendment that comes in 2011. You're serious, you make a point there. Ja Treasure, Garfield.
Yes, sir.
How you do, brother?
Giving thanks, you know.
Yeah, man, what they are try to trash out certain things, you know.
Sure. Bless up, I left. And all ones and ones.
Yeah, man, I want you to make a contribution to the issues we're talking about, a Rastafari conference, on what constitutes Rastafari and the issues that you have seen in Jamaica. What is one or two of the issues that you'd love to bring up that we can even trash out on a global level online and present the conference in July? You have anything you want to point out?
Yes, I was reasoning with ILEB earlier, not earlier as in Tom Day, but a while now, and he was telling me what was going on at Scott's Pass. No, and according to my understanding, it was Brother Bob who had contributed that land towards I as a nation, so that we don't have to go out there amongst Babylon and meld in a their business and so we have a thing for ourselves. I am finding out now that this piece of land is being taken away from us. So I am trying to figure out now what is being done now to rectify this situation. I actually wrote a song about it, after reasoning with ILEB. I actually wrote a song about it, but as time goes on, I'm still not hearing anything about that issue. So
yeah. I mean, we know that we had a Zoom where someone was talking about it and talking about the issue. What I understand that it's in court. And so, you know how the court thing go, it might take a year, it might take 2 years or whatever, but it is in court. What I was talking about is specifically issues, I guess that is a legal issue.
Right.
Yeah, so generally that is a legal issue. And I think that is something that we have to also put into the Constitutional Conference of Rastafari,
No
Global
squatting.
Reasoning,
It's
our legal.
time.
Where's the Caleb?
No squatting, because it seems that we're squatting at Scott's Pass.
Funnily, that is one of the things that I wanted to talk about, because the early Rastafari, back in the 50s and 60s, they had to basically squat on land because nobody would sell them land, they couldn't rent land, they couldn't lease land, and they had to eat. So I understand that a lot of the brethren in the early days squatted on Queenland and they farmed it. Some of them was thrown off and so on and so forth.
No, we're squatting on private land. It's better we squat on Queenland. Government pardon we after a dozen years. We're squatting on private land.
Yes,
yeah. So that I think that legal is a big issue, is a big part of the agenda. The squatters' rights is underneath the legal, but I think legal is one of the issues. I see Empress Waleta Georges, I see like you're writing it down. You're writing down some of the issues that you want to talk about in the yes, yeah. Legal is a big issue. Or the legality. I mean, so herb come underneath it, land occupancy come underneath it. We saw in the school where a child was thrown out of school because of the locks last year, and the court actually upheld the decision of the school to throw out the child because they had locks, right? We saw it in South Africa, and there was a pushback in South Africa, and the government had to recant. So legal is one of the things that we definitely need to put in as an issue in the Constitutional Conference where Rastafari is concerned. Because I know that there is a Rastafari law, basically association, but I don't know how active they are, because we are having cases. We're having cases in Jamaica, we're having cases in America, we're having cases in South Africa, and we're not seeing the activity of the Rastafari Law Association. So our legal issues is a big thing. I mean, we can talk about our theology, that's between ones and ones. We can talk about finances and economics, fundraising, we can talk about those things, but the legal issues, as Brother Lance has brought into the reasoning. And I think it is so important, Brother Lance, give thanks for bringing in that and showing us the article that we have. In Jamaica, we usually say we don't have a house or a pot to piss in. This actually has given us some foundation, because you're right, human rights is the foundation upon which all activity is based.
yes,
And this is a written document saying that we have the rights. The first part of the the thing that I just read, let me find it back. It says that we have the right to freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, freedom of thought, conscience, belief, and the observation of religious and political doctrines, the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. This is the document that the government has put in since 2011. So why are we still going back to court and in wrangling with these people? We should be citing this law. This law has been put down. So how are we not building from a legal framework? This is what I'm saying, Caleb. This is what I'm saying, Rastafari, that these things are now being put in place. We need to build on them. People don't know, as Lance said, This is a big thing. Give thanks, Lance, because this is a big thing.
Listen here, let me tell you something, right? And we need to catch Sister Maxine at the next time, right? But you see, the Rastafari Millennium Council, along with members of the Youth Council and a few legal persons and elders within the community have been trained enough, has been certified. I can go for my certificate right now, you know. I'll go for you. Just give me a few seconds.
No, go ahead. No, you don't have to go feed. You don't have to go feed. We know. Once you say you have been trained in human rights, we know.
No. We've been trained.
Oh, you ever need to go with it?
We've been trained in reporting. Listen, we've been Bro Lance, listen. We have been certified in reporting standards and mechanism, right? This is a UN certification in reporting standards and mechanism. Do you know what is meant by reporting standards? If Rastafari, for example, is to report the Jamaica government surrounding issues relating to human rights violations and others, you would have to find the proper articles existing within the United Nations in relation to your particular situation where you have with the government, right? And you have to investigate if Jamaica has a treaty in that area, how long we've been signatories, you know, in these different areas. You understand? Childs have the rights of child. Jamaica is a signatory to the UN, you know, and the rights of child, you know. The rights of women, you know. You see what I say? So whatever the violation is, all you need to do is find, right, the relating violation that exists within the UN and you write around it. So what we were to do after gaining such knowledge, right, we were to report the Jamaican government, right, and we're looking from 1930, I think, up to like 2000 and something, right? That's quite a period where we can extract from the community. As the man said, the violations fire from 1930 to the current. As the man said, and I don't know what happened because Maxine was leading that. They say you have me and Gabriel Medina as social scientists, you have a few sisters as lawyers. I mean, the whole of we could like come together for you and report the government. And a report is due like every few years, depending on the treaty. So we will have to re-examine the treaties and when the necessary reports are due. And make sure so we submit the report in due time so the UN can begin to investigate the atrocities, right, imposed on the Rastafari community by the Jamaican government because they do not know much about it. Meaning all of this activism, all of these organizations or what have over the decade, not one has decided to report the Jamaican government for abuse.
No, that is serious. Brother Lance,
so
Brother Lance,
don't know nothing.
Yeah, Brother Lance, I see your hand up. What's up? You have to unmute yourself, Brother Lance. Yeah, I see here, Iherta Selassie Tikur, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you say now?
Blessed love.
Right.
Blessed love. Blessed love. Where's zooming from?
Right, so that is Charles.
Where's zooming from?
London.
Oh, give thanks. Yeah, the brethren came forward with an article that was talking about the human rights that was amended, the human rights law that was amended in Jamaica in 2011, and that has not been circulated or promoted by any major.
Right. So this
so yeah, go ahead, Brother Lance.
So child, right? Her spoke to the lawyer about that. And what he didn't use the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom this method, painful, but this thing court fix a painful.
Yeah, sorry, brother Lance. There is something going on with your audio. I don't know if it is what you're saying, why Babylon decide that they're gonna start to distort your audio, but your audio is very distorted right now. I don't know if you can change your position.
Oh, okay.
It's
I'm going to, I'm going to move. I'm going to go near the router. So what he's saying to me is that he used the wrong,
right
the
there.
wrong
Don't move. Stay right there.
Right.
Stay right.
Right. So he used the wrong law. He used the old law, and not the current one. Right. And so he was saying that because of the result, the result that we got is obviously from that law. If the judge had used the correct law, it would find that the child rights had been abridged, the right to freedom of expression had been abridged, you see? And what he proposed to do is to go to London to correct it. So I said to him, no, you don't go to London, you go to King Street. We have our own court where we should bring that matter into that court and it'll be corrected there by our own judge. Even the lawyers don't know about this. You see, everybody is not confused. They've been deliberately misled. This is how they do it in slavery. They confuse you. They change your perception of reality. They think you have to go to London to get your rights fixed. We have the rights here in Jamaica. Importantly, as I keep saying, that Jamaica, England, and Canada are the only 3 nations of the 193 countries of the world which are UN members to have their own national law to address human rights violation. All the other laws are international, but we need to take notice of the international one. You must look up right now one called the Human Rights Defenders Act. The question of human rights defenders. Look at that very carefully. That's where this comes from, right? The charter comes out of that act, but it comes from Garvey. It comes from 1948, and it then goes to the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders, and out of that comes the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom. So under section Article 3 and 4, every country in the world, all 193 nations must enact national law for human rights. And only Jamaica, Canada, and England have done so. Why is this? As I said, it's because of Mr. Garvey, right? So Garvey's energy was so momentous that the universe said Jamaica will be the country where it will be enacted. But why has it not been made known? Because the people who are in power, who think they rule us, don't want us to know about it. So I'm saying this, that we need to make it known. We need to deal with the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders. That's a very important international law, right? That also protects your human rights and freedom. And it also obligates the government to actually communicate to everybody about social, economic, and political rights and cultural rights. We don't know what they are, you see? So in my situation, as I said, after they beat me, I went to, we have a judge in Jamaica, she's called a commissioner of the rapporteurship of human rights defenders. Her name is Margaret May Macaulay. So I wrote a petition to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, telling them that I've been beaten in the Court of Appeal, in front of a judge, right? This was 3 years ago. I wrote to her in Washington. This is the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And nothing happened for 3 years, all right? So 3 years later, I write to her again, and eventually she responded to me. But after I've been beaten, I've been arrested 6 times. I've been into Ward 21 for 43 days. I've been into Bellevue for 82 days. They beat me and they torture me. And they don't let me go back to court. I was before Judge Pusey on the 20th of January 2017.
That's the worst judge to be in front of. That's the worst judge to be in front of.
Pusey.
Set here.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. See, in fact, this is the confusion, right? It doesn't matter which judge, because he has to follow the law, right? The law is there. All he can do is to interpret it and apply it. He can't, because that's the thing that they can't do. They can't do anything because they don't like you. you see? And this is how they do it in Jamaica. If they don't like you, they won't let you come into court, right? They don't, but the person behind this is a public defender. And I got to say this, right? I won't mention any names, but she was honored, right? They published a book called The Genius of Leonard Howell, right? And she was honored with a book, a copy of the book, and gave a speech on campus. The people who wrote the book on Howell honored the public defender. She is the one who didn't defend our people in Tivoli, right? But she had acted on the Bad Friday, so they all think she's a good person. She's a wicked person. She's the one behind my being tortured. They literally torture me, right? She said that a judge sent me to Bellevue in 2015.
That's illegal enough. Hold on there. Let me interject. Watch this now. That is a clear human rights violation in affair that has existed in Jamaica in affair from the inception of the British courts, where you find someone guilty on a particular charge. Is that the fucking court take people? Is that the court send people to Bellevue in affair? That's the hospital. Right. The psychiatrist who does that. It's not the court does not have that training, nor that profession to send someone to Bellevue.
No, they didn't send me to Bellevue. She said the court did that. She wrote it in a letter, right? So this is how vulgar and nasty she is. She wrote it in a letter. I told them that they'd beaten us and thrown us out of our home. So we went to her, you see? And she went to protect and enforce our human rights. She's a key person in all of this, right? She's the one who's meant to enforce and promote and protect human rights and freedom in Jamaica. She doesn't do that. She didn't do it in Tivoli. She didn't do it for me and my family. She doesn't do it for anybody. And in fact, she did the opposite. She actually didn't act on this. She's the one behind this law, as it's her responsibility in law to promote and protect human rights of all Jamaican citizens, right? She doesn't do that. What she did, she's told a lie, said that the court sent me to Bellevue. The court didn't send me to Bellevue. So then they take me into Ward 21 for 43 days and torture me. Ras Khalib, they tied me down for 2 days, man. I'm an old man. They tied me down for 2 days without any food or water, injecting me with these drugs, telling me that I'm a madman, telling me I'm criminally insane. 2 days they had me tied up with no food or water, and they get away with it. And then when I come out, you know what they tell me? Don't go to court, right? So I go back to court because I have my human rights. I know what they are. I can go to court. You stand to due process. The most important right you have is due process. They have to follow the law. They do not do so, and they do it with impunity. Let me cut to the chase, all right? So cut to the chase, right? So I carry on trying to get back to court. I was before Judge Pusey. So eventually I go back to what's called the Judicial and Police Secretariat, and they have me arrested there and taken to Bellevue. But what they did, they made a mistake, right? They had me arrested for criminal insanity. Do you know, like Noel Chambers, you see? So I'm saying that we need somebody to take on the government. We need to take on the fact that they murdered an old man. The man was in jail for 40 years without going to trial. But what they did to him is what they did to me, or what they're trying to do to me. They want me to die. So what they said was that I'm criminally insane. But when they did that, they made a mistake because it means you have to go before a judge. But what this whole exercise is with the public defender, she doesn't want you to go before a judge. She wants you just to be frightened to go to court because they're going to beat you or they won't let you in. So right now I'm banned from going to court. I'm beaten when I go there. I'm arrested. I'm put in jail. I'm tortured. Literally torture me in the courthouse. They want to frighten me not to go back, but I'm a Garveyite. I'm not afraid of them. And they threaten to shoot me and murder me, right? All I need to do is not to go too far and let them beat me. But if you fight them back, they will kill you. So I let them beat me. When they beat me, I go back the next day, you see? So they can't stop me. So eventually, because I know what I'm doing, with the support of Dada Sizzler and with Mother Samad, right? I created this human rights organization. So I take the matter back to them now. So as I said, I went to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. They didn't do anything there for them beating me, all right? So 3 years later, they didn't do anything. I go back to the same Judge Margaret May Macaulay. Then eventually she speaks to me and told me to go to a body called the Supreme Court Mediation Service. I went there, right? So they wrote me a letter last week. I told them I want to go to court. I need to go to court because they tortured me at Bellevue. They won't give me any support, which you're entitled to. So this is what I'm saying. You need to read all the human rights documents, right? I'm going to put a list of them on the page, right? About 5 of them, which are very important. All right. They apply to us in Jamaica, and they apply to the government of Jamaica. They don't want you to know what your rights are, or your protections are. Anyway, long and short of it is this: I was going to be in court on Friday, again before the same judge, who was being beaten. So they wouldn't give me the date and time to go there. So I didn't go. So what I'm doing now, I'm saying I'm being tortured. So under the UN resolution 4034, they have to protect me and my rights. So the long and short of it is this: that there's a fund called the Voluntary Fund for Victims of Torture. So I'm going to apply to that fund for them to actually for the Jamaican government to do what they should do towards me, and they will provide me with a lawyer. They have special lawyers there for this, and they have special people to actually assist in this process. But
yes, sir. Give thanks for the testimony, and you really bring up something that is like a cancer in the society. I've seen it. I've gone through it, where the authorities has thrown your rights out the door, and I think that so that is one of the things that we've been talking about in Rastafari Global Reasoning, is preparing a space for ourselves that we can get out of the society, that they don't have this power over us, yeah. So I'm trying to give some other ones an opportunity.
Okay, all right. But
Lance, listen, Lance. I'm saying I'm trying to give ones-on-ones an opportunity. Lance, hear what I'm saying, no? Brother Lance, are you hearing me? I'm trying to give ones-on-ones an opportunity to speak. We've heard your point, and Brother Treasure, Garfield.
Is this there?
Are you able to get in contact with Brother Lance and see if you can go to court one day with him, or to see the lawyer?
Where is he located?
Just send him a chat in the chat room. Just Brother Lance, send your address in the chat room, and I will pass it on to Brother Treasure. Brother Lance, are you hearing me? Brother Lance, put your contact in the chat room. Brother Ras Caleb also, let's get in touch with Ras Caleb, Brother Treasure, and he will give you the information on Brother Lance.
Treasure, Lance, the Caveman studio, So,
okay, so him they're close. Close.
Garfield in close with Caveman.
All right. What I'm saying, Brother Lance, is you have brought up an issue which is very, very important. And from this meeting to future meetings, it will be on the agenda under legal issues with the government and governments, because we know that we're having problems in England, we're having problems in America, we're having problems in Europe. And so the legal issue should be in the agenda of every single one of our Zoom from this point forward. What Brother Lance has given us is the document which will be circulated of what we can stand upon as a foundation under law. Because this is one of the problems within Rastafari. Rastafari has been seen as a fringe culture, fringe because of our status under the law. So the law itself is very important, and our human rights and what is our human rights is very important. I did not know that this human right was amended up to 2011, and it is very pertinent that it was actually amended after 2010, when there was a serious incident at Tivoli Gardens where hundreds of people were shot dead. Innocent people who had nothing to do with the event. So it is I didn't even know that it was amended in 2011. And as Ras Caleb pointed out, it is the timeline is very, very significant, right? So even towards the brethren in England that is right now facing the fact that y'all might have to take a vaccine, you will have to cite this law, because the next stage of this vaccination is they're going to say that it is a mandatory vaccination. And the only way that you will be able to get out of this is citing the law of human rights. That is the only way, because they are going to come with law. If they say mandatory means law, you know. When the government say mandatory, basically they're saying it is law. So the only way to supersede a law or to go around a law is to cite another law. And this is the law that you would actually have to cite to get out of taking a vaccine. So what he brought up is very, very important at this time. And I have to thank you a million times, Brother Lance, for bringing up this issue and citing the law that we actually need to go forward for this year, like tomorrow. Right?
Oh, it's true. It's true.
It's very true. But I want to bring in some ones that haven't been talking. Sister K, are you there? Sister K, you have some people here. There. Peter Letang. Peter Letang, are you there? Peter
Yes,
Letang.
yes,
Yes,
sir. I am here.
Where you zooming from?
I'm in Canada.
Ah, bless up. Yeah,
So,
give thanks. You're listening to the reasoning?
I'm just tuning in, so I'm just observing and listening.
All right, give thanks. Give thanks.
Bless Rastafari.
Yeah, Selassie. Selassie Selassie Tikur. Are you there?
Yes, Russ.
Ah, blessed. Where you zooming from?
I'm zooming from London.
Okay, also give thanks. Wolete Georgis, you know this Empress?
I'm not certain, Sister Erta.
Zolene.
Oh, Zolene, greetings.
Rastafari.
Only many years.
Yes,
Give thanks. Sisters, Zuli, what you think about the issues that we've been discussing? We're trying to do a Rastafari Constitutional Conference in July, and we're trying to bring up some of the issues that is within the community that we want to discuss. We're creating a working document on Gmail that people can go and put forward their opinion. But this is a preliminary discussion of the things that we can put forward. Each month as we go along, we'll have Zooms. I think the next Zoom we're going to try and do Bob Marley Day, February 6th, which is a Saturday. And so, you know, each month we try and have a Zoom. In March, we're going to have the Zoom for Empress Menen. And so each time we will figure out an issue that we can put forward, that we can trash out in that month, that when it comes to July now, the things that we put as line items, we create consensus. So, you know, just from the discussion, what is some of the issues that you have in the community that you would like to put forward or put down that we can talk about in other Zooms and even put forward on the working document that we are creating?
Well, at the moment, this mandatory COVID law that that is pending, I would be really interested to find out which one of the human rights cited laws we can use in order to protect ourselves and spread amongst the INI community here in London and throughout the UK.
Yes, I'm looking on the law. I posted it on my Facebook just now, and it is section 13, subsection 3 and 6, and section 14, 15, 16, and 17 that talks about the freedoms, the rights and freedoms of the individual.
Right.
And so it talks about security, liberty, conscience, because that is the conscientious objection that you are doing by not taking the vaccine. The freedom of thought and conscience, belief, observation of religious and political doctrines. This is section 3 of section 13, chapter 3 of section 13, subsection 3 and 6 of the Human Rights Charter.
Right.
So you can look it up. You can look it up.
Yes, I will look it up and interpret it the best way I can, and make sure through the right channels get this information spread out.
Yeah, I think so. What have they said? What have they said in England? Are they coming up to the point where they're telling people that they have to take the vaccine mandatory?
So far as only rumors I've heard. I don't know if it's actually true. I've been looking and going online and reviewing all the news sites and the government sites to find out if it is going to become mandatory, if they're looking to bring it as mandatory law. But I don't find anything as yet. All I'm hearing is rumors that come through social media. So I don't sure.
You know, a lot of the time, 1 minute, Empress Walete, a lot of the time what government do, they spread rumors to find out how people react to it.
Can I just
yeah, go, yeah.
Can I just answer that? Under the COVID Act, it is not mandatory. In December, Parliament met because we've got some corporations who are pushing, like the airlines, that vaccines need to be mandatory. So what Parliament did, they met in mid-December and it was voted down. So no, for the foreseeable future, but we don't know. Things are moving and changing every day here. So at the moment it's not. But I still think we need to.
What about frontline workers? Because all the frontline workers that I associate with in England, they're outside of London, they have taken the vaccination already.
Yeah, a lot of frontline workers have taken it.
But that's
is it mandatory for them?
No.
No, they still have the choice. They've got the choice to test.
Can they lose their jobs?
No, they've got what they have is the choice to either take the vaccination or
catch COVID.
No, take the test every 2 days to monitor themselves.
Okay, so it used to be 1 week, now it's every 2 days.
Yeah, for frontline workers, because of this so-called new strain, this is what they've bought. Every 2 days they take a test. Mm-hmm.
So my daughter is at university in North Carolina, and this is what they're doing. They have to take a test every 2 days.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's it on it.
Greetings, Marlon and others, right? I think we should have another Zoom reasoning, right? If it's a Bob Marley Earthstrong first week of February.
It's a Saturday. It's a Saturday.
But I still, me just get a message from Ethiopian link in Washington, D.C., right? And she just left Jamaica, so it's like, she won't be able to participate on Zoom now, but like she's the one who's supposed to be giving the presentation. I had anticipated. the current Ethiopian Tigray situation, right? I do know something about it, from her perspective, coming from a kind of Tigray background, if I understand the borderline between Tigray and Eritrea. The West just come and draw a line. You understand? It's the same group of people. Eritreans are Tigrayan and them speak Tigrinya. That's what Tigray speak. So when I said it, I'll speak Tigrinya. So she's given a kind of perspective that is not in support of the Tigray region. A lot of Ethiopians living in America tend to give the reverse. That the central government of Ethiopia is the one who is at fault. But Belen Estefanos gives a different spin on it. Given that Tigray as a region, always had its own autonomy in a particular sense in Ethiopia in terms of rulership, even through kingdoms, monarchs, and through the church. That's the same region of Aksum, so they have a lot of integrity, dignity, pride, them protect invasion from the north, even from the east, so they have a lot of integrity. It was the TPLF, right, the Tigray people front, who challenged Mengistu first, right? And then the Derg, and then there was others who joined, right? The TPLF, right? And where you had the TPLF in Tigray against Mengistu, right? You had the EPLF, which is the Eritrean, right? People's Liberated Front. So the EPLF was working with the TPLF, right? To get rid of Mengistu. Because on the EPLF side, which is Eritrea, they wanted independence. You see, and on the TPLF side, the Tigray, they wanted central power. You see? And Meles, which is the previous Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Meles Zenawi, he's Tigray. So Tigray did lay a hold on Addis. When I was in Ethiopia of the 2017, right, there was a lot of Tigray people in immigration, right? They dominated the office spaces. You see? So Belen now is saying that the Tigrinians in Tigray, right, and the leaders of Tigray, including the military, brainwash tens of thousands of Tigray youth into thinking that the Ethiopian central government is coming to invade Tigray. Well, it's not so. You understand? Actually, it was the Tigray people, them, and the TPLF and their leaders and their militants, right? Attacking the central government's tanks and military and, the cheap ammunition and guns. Laying attacks on the Ethiopian military, Because of COVID and other situations, there was supposed to be a regional election in Ethiopia that could either empower the Virgin Abiy or disempower him. Abiy not wanting to be disempowered because he's not elected in Ethiopia as prime minister. Remember, so Meles died, got sick and died. So he's there by appointment. So him still don't have the power of the people because he was appointed by, the assembly, not by the regions. So him not have the full power where Meles have. You see, so him never ready for certain elections, and each region is autonomous, and Tigray decided to keep its elections and did. And the central government of Ethiopia, represented by Abiy, was against it. And them feel say, it was Tigray do them own thing, and Tigray started to protect itself. from invasion and start to do some other little things were illegal according to the central government of Ethiopia. The government invaded. 7,000 Tigray youth dead, not even knowing, are being brainwashed. They were going to fight, an invader, like say Abiy central government and invade Tigray when that's really not the case. So Tigray is isolated now because Abiy successfully, since in power, was able to link with the general with Eritrea, we run off Eritrea. So him I work with Eritrea now, right? And Eritrea split from Tigray because the EPLF, when Tigray win against Meles, against Mengistu and get power, right? Tigray, right? The EPLF start independence and gonna make them own money. Because them I say, Tigray fight the war, and now Tigray have the whole of Ethiopia. Eritrea don't want to be a part of Ethiopia anymore. So Eritrea thinks Tigray gonna say, yo, you help we enough to get rid of Meles. Go and keep Eritrea, but Tigray want war with Eritrea for Eritrea. So that's the split between the Tigrayans now, the TPLF, and the EPLF, Eritrean People's Liberated Front. And then Eritrea gone off to independence, of which them have right now. So now Abiy, I work with Eritrea in terms of partnership. So Tigray isolated, because Tigray borderline Eritrea, and if they made link, would I get support, just like Eritrea support them during Mengistu, to get rid of Mengistu. So Tigray is now isolated because the Ethiopian Prime Minister made the link with Eritrea. And Eritrea have nothing to do with Tigray. And now Eritrea and Ethiopia link, and Tigray is isolated as a region in all this. But then there's another side saying, where Abiy is using Ethiopian concept of centralization and central government to get rid of Meles' idea of regional governance through federation. Meaning say Ethiopia is centralized but governed through federation. Each tribe having their own region and governance elections, but them supposed to be centralized. So Meles was centralized, but more for the federation, whereas Abiy is more for centralization and less for the federation. That is the claim. So the federation states now don't say Abiy is so popular anymore. So if him got all elections, national elections, although he has been awarded the Peace Award for what him do, with the Peace Prize, with what him do with Eritrea, the peace, and other initiatives, strategic links within East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Somalia, and them thing there, Djibouti, he still may be unpopular in Ethiopia. See, so
no, give thanks. No, give thanks. Definitely. I posted a documentary on my Facebook talking about the fight for Ethiopia. And it lay out exactly what you're talking about, the political wranglings. Remember, Abiy is Oromo, Oromo is the largest ethnic group in Ethiopia. And there was a football game in October between the Oromos and the Tigray. And on that field, in the stadium, after the game, the game must end up 1-1 or 0-0. And after the game, the two people linked together. People were very nervous about what was going to happen because they're rivals at the time, obviously, politically, and people were actually nervous about what's going to happen. But the captains of the two teams had already made an arrangement. And so after the game, they came together and said, whatever is happening in the political sphere, the people would not let them get into their minds. And this is why the situation, if you notice in the news, have kind of been diffused. The people themselves in Ethiopia are waiting on the general elections. But I do not think Abiy will lose because he is Oromo. Oromo has the numbers. There is movement on what you're saying, the regional.
Everything all right?
Yes, yeah, so the people are. Give me a second, give me a second, the bookie.
My light.
Yeah, give me 1 minute, the bookie. So what is it happening? You know, people were afraid the other day. I know people were trying to go to Ethiopia and they kind of pulled back because of what was happening. I would advise those people to wait until after the elections. There is still some wrangling because the head of the party, the Tigray party, has been arrested. And so waiting to see what happens with that case can let Ethiopia explode or not explode. You know, I was saying earlier that I went up in Aksum. Aksum is in Tigray. Aksum is in the province of Tigray, in the north of Ethiopia, close to the border with Eritrea. The Tigrayans actually sent a rocket in Eritrea and tried to say to the Eritreans that it was Abiy. The Eritreans found out that it wasn't Abiy and that it was the Tigrayans.
Yeah,
And
man.
that is why the link happened between Abiy and the Eritreans, because they found out the ploy that the Tigrayans were trying to do. Also, apparently there are factions, outside factions that is supporting the Tigrayans outside of Ethiopia.
Yes.
And
yes.
I think that is one of the reasons why the people, Ethiopian people in general, in the 9 regions, are not exactly buying what Tigray is selling. Also, Tigray, as you said, had administrative oversight on the government. They were dominating the government. And because Abiy said no, as you said, Abiy is looking for more a central type government.
Yeah, man. So them lose Addis Ababa and Melis was Tigray. So them I would say them lose Addis Ababa and power.
But yes, you're right. It's basically a power struggle. It's basically a power struggle. And I think that there's also a thing about the old guard and the new guard. Because Abiy, a young person, is 40-something. He's now pushing a new narrative of central government like most countries in the world. Most, even in America, where you have states that have governors, and most, so in America, you have state tax. So like your property tax and stuff like that is state, and that goes to schools, roads, and lighting. But sales tax, a lot of the sales tax is the central bank. So that money and your income tax, when you charge income tax in America, that money goes to the government, to IRS, right? And it's a similar setup in England and in Jamaica, right? But our counties don't collect individual tax. The taxes in Jamaica comes from the central government to ministries. So through the ministry decides, okay, you're gonna have a road in Ocho Rios, we're gonna send that money there. Or we're gonna have a bridge in Portland, we send that money there. They do not do that in Ethiopia. The provinces collect their own taxes and they decide on their own projects. And I don't think Abiy is changing that in terms of how it works. What he's talking about is now you're gonna have road tax, and because they're expanding the train and the train system in Ethiopia, you're gonna have a tax when you pay your train fare, and that tax is gonna go to. But the Tigrayans, because the Tigrayans are the link between Eritrea and Ethiopia, they are like the middleman. Most things that are imported come through there. And that is the grip that they have had on Ethiopia since 1991. But now, I mean, you have to modernize. You have to modernize. The relevance of this conversation to this group, to the Rastafari Global Reasoning, is the people who are actually going in Ethiopia. We have people in Ethiopia right now that are on the ground in Tigray, in Addis, in Oromia, who in the Oro region in the west, that are telling us the status, and it is coming to a level, a calm right now. Coming into the new year, Ethiopia is more calm. My advice is to watch the general election. Pay attention to the general election and go after the general. After you see things calm for the general election, go after that, you know? Yeah, because Empress Weleta Georgis, you're saying that some people were talking about going to Ethiopia, right?
Yeah, not just Ethiopia. They're looking at different regions, such as Ghana, Tanzania, Malawi, various areas. Naturally, there will be.
I think Tanzania immediately. Tanzania had the election already. Immediately, I think immediately, because after the election, Tanzania remained calm, although there is some pushback from the opposition. I had a friend of mine that lives in Ethiopia that just went to Tanzania, and you know, Empress Yule Caleb.
Yes, sir.
She just went to Zanzibar last week, and she sent a report saying that Tanzania was still calm, and the people are welcoming, and the government still have the infrastructure for the diaspora to come home. So, Empress Weleta Georgis, on that basis, on that report, I would say Tanzania is a go. Tanzania is a green light. Still, the people that you have on the ground, you know, keep in contact with them for the various regions and plan accordingly. Also, I was talking about Senegal. I don't know if you had made any connections to the people on the ground in Senegal.
No, not yet.
Senegal, the reason why I say Senegal and Morocco is because they're so close to England. So in terms of money that would be spent to get onto the ground, it's like 150 pounds, you know, to go across. Even if you went through Spain, it's about 200 euros to go through Spain, and then you take the ferry from Spain, it's another 30 euros from the south to go across into Tangiers.
Okay.
So, you know, that's not much. And as I said, that the King Mohammed VI in Morocco, you know, is very sensitive about the diaspora. He went to school in New York. And so, you know, he knows the situation and is willing to deal. Even what they call the Western Sahara region. So, you know, Senegal, I think is a good place. Also, I would tell you to look into Mauritania. Mauritania has a short coastline after Senegal, but you know, the country now, it starts with a small coast, but it goes out bigger towards the Sahara. The problem with Mauritania, that is about 60% arid.
Oh dear.
So that's the only thing. It is a small country in Africa, in Northwest Africa, but they need people. Mauritania is an empty country. They need people. But that's why I recommended Senegal, because Senegal, you know, is open to the diaspora. They're willing. The only thing is that you have to learn French. You know, we can't let languages be a barrier to our missions. We cross oceans, we get visas, everything. You know, why we can't just learn the languages? As you know, Sister Asfa. Why? You know, I think. Sister Aswa, you need to be a teacher because you learn languages. You learn languages so fast.
I'm learning the Amarinia, you know.
Greetings.
Yes, I.
Yeah, in a second. Who's that saying greetings?
Greetings, Brad Marlon. It's Ras Bumpy from England, London.
Ras Bumpy.
Yes,
I.
Rastafari. Last,
His Majesty.
Everything I like. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Brother
Yes,
Marlon,
sir.
I don't really, you remind me of my brethren Twinkle Brothers, Norman Grant.
yeah. People tell me all the time. People tell me
You
all
look
the time.
just, I look upon you, me say you look just like Norman Grant. Anyway, make I just interject because you did say something a little while ago. I've been listening for a short while still. You mentioned Morocco, saying, and I've traveled to Kemet, what I'm called Egypt, a couple of times. And my question was to you did mention the brethren in Morocco. The president, you said him was?
King.
The king.
The president or the king of Morocco?
No, the king, Mohammed VI.
Okay. Now, all right. I know that Morocco is a Muslim country, and sometimes we have to still deal with people, no matter what faith there is, I over that. My question was, is he very accommodative? Because I don't hear too much about Morocco. Is he willing to set a foundation for Rastafari ones and ones to be on his land, within that land, that country?
Well, I would have to try and get some communication, but as far as I understand from people who went to school with him, who were Rasta, he appreciate the cause. He appreciate the cause, and he has given a certain amount of leeway for marijuana in his country.
Well, that is a good step. That is a very good step because as we know, once they are willing to trade in ganja, that is a very good link to that brings in I, as the I know. So yes, it's refreshing to hear that, because like I'm saying, that my knowledge of most North African countries is they are very steeped in their religion, and the religion come first before anything. So that is refreshing to hear that. Give thanks.
One of the things that when I traveled around, I went in 2006, and I traveled around Morocco, from Tangier to Casablanca to Ouzzoud to Marrakesh, and people were very appreciative. People were very appreciative wherever I went, and they all the Bob Marley, all of them.
Yes, I.
They love the
Yes,
vibes, and no one ever give me a bad face. I went into the Hassan II Mosque in Casablanca, and they showed me everything. They showed me everywhere. They gave me, the hospitality that was there was great. So 2006, I leave Morocco and go back to Jamaica. And the hospitality that I got in Morocco was better than in my own country.
Give thanks to hear that. Yes, because when I was in Egypt, Kemet,
Egypt is a little different because so there's more black people in Morocco because of the Berber.
True.
The Berber is the ancient tribe that was living in the Sahara region. Go all the way to Kemet, all the way down to Mali, all the way over to you have Niger, Chad, all of those places were Berber, and they are very dark people.
Yes, I.
Long, slender face.
Are they not Cushites?
Of course, they're Cushites.
That is why. Because if it's that region there, and if it go down into Sudan and certain region, then it must be the Cushites.
But the thing is that we forget that the Sahara was a jungle,
Yes, I.
The Sahara was a jungle before it became a desert, and so people, from East Africa. I used to live in Kenya. I lived in Kenya for 2 years.
Give thanks.
And in Kenya, there's a forest named the Kakamega Forest. And the Kakamega Forest is one of the last pieces of forest that Kenya has. Tropical forest, what they call tropical or subtropical forest. And we walked on a path, and the brethren told me, the guide told me that that path that I was walking on, they used to walk from there to West Africa.
Same.
They used to walk from Kenya to West Africa.
Yes, fireman.
Even the slave traders used to use that route to take slaves from East Africa. Because remember, after England banned slavery, right? Even up to 1838, they were still slave traders in the East. So they were using Zanzibar as a hub, and they were taking slaves. But what they were doing, they were walking the slaves. They were walking them from east to west. They couldn't go by sea because slavery was banned. You couldn't ship slaves anymore. The slave trade was finished. So what they did to get the slaves, they used to walk them from Kenya to West Africa. And the route that they used were some ancient routes before Sahara Desert even existed. But they were using the same routes, right? So that's what I'm saying, that Morocco, Senegal, Mauritania, those places still have some people called the Berber people.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I have heard of them.
Morocco in particular, the king, because he went to school in New York, and you know, he got to know people personally, have friends. This is one of his friends telling me, you know, that you know he went to school with him, and he's very sensitive to our cause. And if you go to Morocco, or if you look at anything doing research on Morocco, you realize it is very liberal as a Muslim country. Women walk there in shorts.
Wow.
Women walk in Casablanca in pants, in shorts. Yes. No hijab, makeup.
What? So it's a
Yes,
liberating. So
yes.
So what they are describing is saying that they're not necessarily using the religion to marginalize the people.
No.
Yes.
One of the most striking things I saw in Morocco. Don't think that they are not religious enough. Morocco has one of the largest mosques in Africa. The Hassan II is one of the largest mosques. It opened, the roof retracts like a topless car. Right?
Wow.
It is literally a wonder, a man-made wonder of the world that was designed by this young king. You have people I saw for the first time, I didn't believe, I've never seen this before. When prayer time come, people just stop in the middle of the road. The traffic stops. People come out of their car with their carpet, with their prayer mat, and pray in the street.
Wow.
That is how serious they take it. And no car is moving. If you're driving somewhere, you have to go around. That is how serious them taking it. But at the same time, if you want to wear shorts, if you don't want to wear your hijab, you can do that also. You understand? So it is a very liberal Muslim country, but at the same time, they still maintain their religion.
Yes, I give thanks to hear that. Because one thing I does always cite in certain countries in Africa, where people of different faiths, they reside with each other side by side, and there's no conflict in certain part of Africa, may I say. You know?
Do you know that Muhammad went to Ethiopia?
Yes, sir.
And it is written in the Quran that Muslims shouldn't trouble Ethiopians. That's why Ethiopian Muslim and Christians don't fight.
That's true. That's true. But we still have to remember the conflict between Lee Jasso and Tafari Makonnen. Greetings, sister.
His Majesty didn't want it. His Majesty didn't want it. It is his ancestors, his forebearers, who told His Majesty that he had to take up this responsibility. You know.
But sorry.
One of the other problem with Lee Jasso is not that he was Muslim. Lee Jasso was a homosexual.
I'm going to mute my mic because I have to talk to a sister, but that's the first I'm hearing that. But I listening to the eye. I'm coming right back to the eye. Yes, I. Just get.
Yeah. Garfield, you didn't read that?
No, at first I heard.
Yeah, so after there are some records that after His Majesty put Lijasu in prison,
yeah,
he was bribing the guards to bring young boys to him.
Yeah.
You never read that yet?
No,
Yeah, them do some more research, King. So it's not just that he was a Muslim.
Right.
He's a man without morals.
True. Before he married Khadija.
He could have learned that, got that habit through the sheikhs, because I know,
yes. For them practice that.
Yeah, and they're known in Park Lane over here, where they Park Lane, where.
Wow. Certain traditions, because they said that Alexander the Great, it is Persia. He found his boyfriend. It's Persia. He found his boyfriend. Iran, Iraq. That's the Persian Empire, right? And that's where him find him. So they have had those traditions in their cultures for a long time. And the problem is like, it's like some people say, when you go jail, some things happen in jail, but you're not homosexual because it's in jail.
Oh, yeah.
So man, I said, some people say because you're in jail, it don't count, right?
But they're brutal in Jamaican prison because some of them set for innocent people when they come in.
Yes, and it's the same thing with the culture. They have like, you would say, secret society in Arab cultures that kind of maintain some of the traditions that they had before Islam. Because to me, reading and researching, Muhammad was trying to he was a reformist. Remember, Christianity was in the Middle East, and he was actually reforming the Christianity that was there. Basra was one of the holiest sites of Christianity. Basra in Iraq was one of the holiest sites of Christianity. But the church had been gotten so corrupt. They were using their leadership, as you see today, raping little boys, raping little girls. They're taking land. They become landlords and these things. So Muhammad said, no, this is not what Yahshua was talking about, right? And he started, they said Gabriel, the angel Gabriel, came to Muhammad, right? So what they're talking about as Islam is actually a reformation on Christianity in the 5th century. Even to me, personally, my opinion is that Rastafari is a reformation on Christianity or just any religion in the world for the 20th century. We are now coming into the 21st century. We are reforming religious thought in the world globally.
Brother Marlon, because I am like many ones as well that language. I always say language is very important. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, when you, even religion itself, even the word religion, sometimes I sweep that to one side when it concerns the liberty of Rastafari. Because how I see Rastafari is more deeply ingrained than a religion. You see what I'm saying? Because even Haile Selassie the first says so himself about religion, What religion is a set of rules created by man to the governance of man by man, and so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? So, I always refer to Rastafari as a liberty more than a religion. Yeah, it's seen. But
yes, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I check we have what they might call religious convictions, but I don't like the word con, so I say eviction. You see me? So within that now, Marlon Amlak. I'm glad to see the eye face here, Marlon Amlak. You know eye face, dog. Marlon at the bottom there, Marlon Amlak. You can hear, right?
Yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah, man.
Yeah, no, me just see the brother at the bottom here. I think he's an Ethiopian brethren still, you know. But this is what I'm this is what I'm saying about the importance of things like these meetings here, like gathering, so each one can teach one and we can share with knowledge with the ones and ones. You see what I'm saying, you know. So I for myself, you know, how can I say, I'm very grateful to be able to be in some of these reasonings here still, where we can share our knowledge, we can share our experience and experience with the ones and ones moving forward. Because as we know, it's a very crucial time we're in right now. And I will still say certain decisions we should have made, certain moves we should have made long time ago, we just have to think about now. See me? And me now say that we never have ones and ones kind of saying to we, you know, we're supposed to get together and do things this way and that way. But we are very stubborn people. You know, we have hard ears. You see what I'm saying? Until we are stubborn and we have hard ears, we take long to move. You see me? And sometimes this stagnation, this procrastination causes other things, brings other things into play for I and I. You see what I'm saying? You know? So it's good that we can have these forums more and more. And like I said, you know, you just meet, I just clap my eyes upon the eye, but I can see I tried there for a while, quite a long while. So me give thanks for ones and ones.
I want to tell the eye them, you know, like me and Caleb them, I'm 45 years old, you know.
45.
I'm young. I've been traveling now for 29 years.
Okay.
I've been treading this tread now for almost 30 years.
Okay.
And I'm only still 45.
Truly.
Right? And I've been to about 40 countries in the world now.
Give thanks, Rastafari.
You know, I've been about 40 countries. Yeah, man. Ayata. Rastafari, give thanks.
Greetings, Ras.
Give thanks for the coming. Give thanks. They are in Germany.
No, I'm in the belly of the beast. I'm in Italy.
Okay, that is literally. Are you in Rome?
Thanks, Rastafari. I'm not there. I'm in the south part.
Okay. Are you in Marseille?
It's very hard here as I'm the only one Rastafari in the whole land. So
wow.
2 decades of very, very big struggle, persecution physically and mentally, but never spiritually. So you have to be strong and trust Rastafari with all your heart and soul, you know, and praise his name and know the truth. So
yes,
regardless, I think the more, in my experience, the more people beat I temple, I flesh, the more I flesh stays strong in me and both to Rastafari, and the more the people can persecute you through words, you know, are treating you in unkind ways, in and out family and people in the city, the more you know that you trod alone, but you really are never alone, you know, and you keep on trodding your faith, which I wanted to say that I don't disrespect no religion of the world. I mean, it's not my business or what people want to believe and or what they want to follow. I used to call it religion, because I see a lot of hypocrisy amongst the different faiths. So I personally don't call Rastafari faith a religion, but faith or spirituality or Trodin, Ayodin, which is like the brethren was telling before or saying before it. His Majesty teach us that there is a difference between religion and spirituality. Religion is a set of rule. Spirituality is the true connection with the Almighty God. And I pray King Selassie Jara Rastafari. I'm not to judge nobody, and no one. But when I say Rastafari, Rastafari didn't came on earth as a movement in 1930, if we want to follow a date, right? But in reality, the Rastafari movement started at the beginning that earth and universe was created by the hands of the Most High Rastafari. So like I say our God, our God is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning without end. So is the Rastafari movement itself. Then you have the truth in the Bible, I mean, right? The prophecy. And that tell you Ethiopia is the promised land, right? That Zion is the holy place, that Rastafari is God Almighty, and that the anointed, the Messiah will come in his second coming on this earth as King of Kings and Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. So you have the truth itself from the words of the prophets and the words of Rastafari himself in the Bible, which is his glory, as him say. When Rastafari, when King Selassie I say, this is in I personal perspective, when him say I glory in the Bible, it means glorify I through the word, sound, and power. That is my words into the Bible, right? To I personally. So usually people, I got a question many times from people, when did you start? And to me, it sounds like a crazy question, because you cannot ask someone, when did you start to live? When did you start life? And I start life when I was born. And so the power of Rastafari started in I at that time, but it was even before I was in the womb of my mother, right? You don't convert to Rastafari. This is the difference. I mean, religion, you convert to it. There is someone that tell you about it. There is someone that the school system that force you to listen to the lesson about something, right? You are forced. There is a mental game around you from family and the society where you live, and all the environment you see is Pope everywhere, and the pictures and this and that. And I got beaten from I was a child because I never wanted to go to church. So it's not when you start to be Rastafari, you are Rastafari. Then through life, you come to a certain age that you realize that I am. This is who I am. You cleanse yourself from all the things that maybe society or the environment was trying to make you appear. You cleanse yourself at that day. You say, I've been a Rastafari all time. Now is my time to declare it, that nobody can say no more who I am. And I have voice, and I will say who I am, right? And it's not easy, because it seems that Rastafari people are actually still now from people. If you say that you promote man, woman, and child, then ban you and say you are homophobic. Rasta is bad. If you say I eat idle food, them say you crazy. So you have to change the word idle to make them understand and say no, I'm vegetarian, or you know, I'm vegan. And just one word change their thoughts about you. If you are vegan, you are okay. You can sit at the table, eat your food. If you say I'm idle, what that means, idle? I'm a Rastafari, so I don't eat certain food, right? As soon you say that, I will fight on you in different way, and people serve you pork and try to make the pork small and mix in your food, or put alcohol in your juice, and say maybe this trick will work and things like that. But the power of the Rastafari is so mighty, so great. Actually, and I here cannot even wear my dreadlock crown, right? And you say, I hear many people outside of Italy say, but I know many Italian boys and girls that wear dreadlocks, and it's not like that. It's not that easy for everyone. And you have to base the experience at the city. If I go in the north, there is a bigger population, are thousands of people in a city, and nobody look at you actually. But if you live in a small community and you are the only one, you understand, it sounds crazy. So the only thing is, you born Rastafari. Rastafari is not a religion, is pure connection with the words and sound and power of God Almighty, the Rastafari. And I hope that everywhere in the world, above all in Mama Africa, Rastafari people will be welcome and treated as humble but strong and good human being that we are, that never trouble no one. We turn down Babylon, but we never use no physical violence. But many don't turn down us, but use physical violence against us. From Coral Garden to, if you go in South Africa a few years ago, Rastafari got persecuted, dread cut out and things like that everywhere. Here I got my dreadlocks 2 times cut and things like that. So it's not an easy road, Rastafari, but it's the greatest one, because it's the natural life that of them that know the nature as it was created, right? You are a human being. You praise the Almighty God who created you, moon, sun, stars, and everything, trees and bees, and everything is nature. And so is what is inside of you that come out in one word, which is Selassie, Rastafari. Almighty
Selassie,
more
Jah,
blessed.
give thanks, Empress Ayata Tafari
Giving thanks.
from Italy.
Yes, I
I was just saying,
I'm sorry,
mhm.
brethren, I'm sorry. I prefer to say, I must say I don't like the word from Italy. I prefer say that based or located in Italy, but not from, and I refer to
Okay.
myself as from Mama Africa. Give
All right. Give thanks.
Rastafari.
I was just saying that I was kicked out of my house for Rastafari. I was kicked out. Yeah, at 18.
I think we all was Bear Marlon.
At 18 years old, I had to go and live on the beach. I live in the hills for 7 years. I live in the hills of St. Andrew. When I went to Germany in 2006, when I went home, I put my suitcase on my head, crossed the river, and I walk up into the mountains into my house from Germany. Right? So I live like this, where, you know, society has rejected you, right? And people turn their back on you, your own family.
In
You
reality,
don't want to put it to shame. So this is where we're coming from. I mean, the Bible, as you say
yeah,
father yet without father, mother yet without mother,
mother.
and it says that you're gonna have one from a family and two from a city.
Two from a city. Yes,
Yeah,
right.
you see what I'm saying? So we know that the struggle. We know where the society will chastise it. There's also a writing in the Bible that said that if you are for the world, you're not for God. So if the world love you, if the whole city, you're like, popular like Kim Kardashian or what have you, you're gonna have problem with God.
Yes,
understand? And if you're a godly person, if you're a spiritual person, and you turn to the Almighty, to the Most High, you're gonna find say, business with the crowd down there, so.
Yes.
Serious.
But this is the thing in
look, wait, now, my moment, Empress.
Yes, sorry.
This group that is here, there's about 16 people or 17 people here, right? It is the few. And I want to tell you, sir, generally, the development of the human race was propagated by the few and not the many.
True, Marlon.
It is not the many. It's not how much people invent the car. 2,000? No. One set of family in Germany, right? There's suddenly in the Benz family.
Yeah.
You understand? How much people invent the light bulb? It's one man.
One man. But there's a story.
Everybody use light, but everybody use light.
But there's a story about that, Brother Marlon.
Yeah, got you, Bumpy.
There's another story about that.
Yeah, got you.
That is Edison, was it? The light man? I think his name was Edison, right?
I don't take that story. Right.
But
It's a black man invent the light.
Yeah, that may I say. Them say, because I think it's in a book I have called a Black Book. And them say the filament for that light bulb was actually found by a black man who was working with Edison.
Yes.
And if the black man sure Edison said that this thing can light up and stay light for a long time. But it's true Edison, it's true him was the head of the company. Him take it and painted the thing and put it in a film name, but it was the black man all along that show him that. You see me? So we can see from long time how they must steal for we knowledge. It's what I'm saying. I'm putting their own name to it, just like the Greeks did with the whole of what they learned from ancient Kemet, Abraham. Still, I always said to one, we came long before the Bible. And my reasoning for that has always been because one of my good brethren is Mota Baruka.
Wait there, stick up in. Wait now, stick up in, Ras Bumbi. I want you to go, I want you to go more into your experience, because I want to go to comment. I want you to go more into your experience. How many times have you been there?
No, I only been to Kemet how much times? 2 times. But
that's two. Wait, that's two more than me. That's too much. So I want, I know a lot of ones kind of want to have that experience. So I want you kind of go into your experience in the Kemet and just tell us, not all the bad part with, your experience with the Arabs there, but just like the information that you find out. This is what I love to do when I go to a place, is to talk to the people and get the real history.
Truly. Well, for I know, it was more to do with the person I was with at the time. My last youth mother, she know that, I've always been on this track because right now, I come in a Rasta at the tender age of 17, and I'll be 60 in 3 months' time. So I saw long me in at this thing, yeah. Give thanks. Right? And well, what I'm saying is I went to Kemet in 1992, And my child, I have 5 children, but one is actually my seed, my blood. You see what I'm saying? And that child was born in 1993. But my trod through Kemet was through the woman. She knew that I and I was ones who like to research Africa and know things about Africa. And Ancient Kemet at the time was very significant to I and my brethren. Anyway, we reached there. The first night we reached there, right? It was like, wow, the place was like a bazaar of lights all on the street, all down the street. So we just dropped the bags at the hotel and we went for a walk. You know, we just had touched down in this place and let me see what is the surroundings. And we just a walk and look upon all the beautiful bazaar them, and we could see some lights across the river, which was the Nile, obviously, you know. So me said, well, we look something to eat. We decided we want to get something to eat. And a man said, well, you can take the boat across the river and get something to eat just on the other side. You see what them people are sitting down by the side of the river, you can just go over there and get a meal. So we decided to go over cross the Nile to the other side and go get something to eat. That was and the meal was cooked, you know, very deliciously. That was the first night. The next morning we get up, right? We learned that over that side of the river where we went last night was the Valley of the Kings. So we decided, let me go over this, sir. Because on this side of Kemet, you have Karnak Temple, you have Luxor Temple, and you have, there was about 3 temples on the side where we was, that we would be visiting in due time. But because we were staying on that strip, we wasn't in no hurry to go in them temples there. We decided to go over to the Valley of the Kings. Wow. Wow. When you see what ancient pharaohs like Ramesses lived in the desert, in the land, you are mesmerized. Because even you stand up there as a man, your size, I am 6 foot, and I am minusculed by this statue. Literally minusculed. I look like a miniature little piece of thing standing next to this statue. And also the one where him sit down and his wife next to him. So for you could see what the ancient Kemetans were dealing with. Man, woman, and child. You see me? But when the Greeks come, the Greeks decided to distort the whole thing. But yeah, the whole journey in the Valley of the Kings, we went down into the where them open up the chambers of Tutankhamun, where he was still lying in his glass coffin, his glass casket, where them have him there on display to the world. And them tell me, so we can't take pictures while down there. Well, we wait till the guy now look and we click and take the picture. Same way, you know. Because, well, but sometimes you have overs because I claim that the camera flashes and things take down it erodes the writings and the color in the temples. But that experience there, that was all nearly 20. My daughter is now 27 years old. See? And that experience there never leave I. Let me tell you about, let me just give you one more before we come up. The Temple of Horus. You know about Horus, don't? That was the most mystical thing to I. One day we decide we're going to visit the Temple of Horus, right? As I get there, as we approaching the temple, pure birds, I'm flying around me, birds everywhere. When we reach to the temple now, most of them birds nest in that temple. How I look upon that, how significant that is, because Horus is a bird god. That all the birds in the area flock to his temple, right? If that is not mystical to a one, I don't know what is. Rastafari. The experience, Brother Marlon and ones here is breathtaking, is life injecting. But as a Ras, you have to probably go there and experience it yourself to actually feel the fullness of what I'm saying. You know, because it is I felt a connection with what I saw. Everything that I saw, Ramesses, Seti, no care who, I felt a connection with all of those pharaohs. You see me? Because we for know say that Ethiopia and Kemet, there was one land. They used to carry the Ark of the Covenant. If Ethiopia was under attack, it went over to Kemet. If Kemet under attack, it went over to Ethiopia. They are one people. But obviously, with the erosion of time and with the fragmenting of knowledge to cause distortion by the Greeks, the Persians, and so on, we lose that connection to know that. See? So that is I and I depth, and that is why I always say we before the Bible. Because the Bible came out of the Greeks learning of Kemet. But Kemet had been in existence long before the Greeks came there. You see what I'm saying?
True
so
word,
how,
true word.
You're saying, because it's a simple thing. Like
But
them
there's some questions I really want to ask you.
Yes,
was there any reasoning about Jesus in Egypt? Was there anyone that had any knowledge of the history of Jesus in Egypt?
No, I never meet no one, because at the time, 1982 in Kemet, Egypt at the time, it wasn't as how can I put it? I can put it this way, I could only way I could describe it. It wasn't as Islamic as it is now. They were still trying to change the ethos of the land, change the name of the streets to make it, and put them in Arabic writing, you see. So they still hadn't got their clutches deep enough into the Kemetan history. I see. So there was
Nasir? Was it Nasir was the president at the time? General Nasir?
To tell you the honest truth, my mind cannot remember who was the president at the time. I cannot remember. Serious.
I mean, we can research it and find out.
Yeah, we can research it. Yeah, we can research
1983.
that.
And then you had Yasser Arafat at the time, 1983, who was pushing
Arafat.
Arafat come from Palestine?
That's right. Yeah. And
but he was pushing Hezbollah into Egypt at the time in 1983.
That's right.
But the eye look young, 60. The eye. I can't believe say you're 60, brother.
Give thanks.
The eye look young, aya.
It's just the grace.
The man look younger than me to blow. But the eye have a look, but the eye have, because it's so funny that you said Tutankhamen, because I actually went to an exhibition on Tutankhamen in California, like 3 years ago. And I can tell you, say, the eye would have looked like him family.
Eye man?
Yeah, the nose and the forehead. Like if Tutankhamen, because you know he died at like 15 or 16.
Yes, yeah, 17, sorry.
Yeah. So if he did grow, he would have probably have a likeness of the eye.
Wow. Well, I might be Tutankhamun in this time, so you never know. The eye have a likeness of the eye family. Because you know, say we are one people anyway.
Yes, I. You know, and the blood is thicker than water. Although them carry us across the water, the blood is still there.
Yes, right.
And our thinking, this is what I was saying to Empress Waleta Gyargi, say, our thinking, the type of thinking that we have was carried through the what they call the eras, through the passage of time.
Truly.
Right? So although, you know, them bring us across and them carry us through slavery, this type of thinking, Rastafari, the type of thinking has been in our blood. And they cannot take that away. You know, them now talk about religion and spirituality, but this is our life. And as the sister in Ayata Tafari say, we are born with it. It is literally in our DNA. And we can, you know, we can't be anything else, right? We cannot be anything else. And them, you know, I think this is one of the reasons slavery even happened, because we have kind of forgotten, you know, we created these doubts and fears in our mind, and we were able to be tricked and carried away. If we had maintained that central thought as Africans, they wouldn't be able to trick us and carry us away. And now Rastafari is filling in the cracks and putting back the oneness of earth together. Because the darkness have now, the wickedness of man, the darkness of earth is overshadowing the globe. Each one, that's why this is important. That's why, you know, Ras Caleb and Buki, Caleb called me when the Bingy ground did close. You know, the Bingy ground in Scotts Pass was closed. They closed the gate, put chain around it, put security guard around it and all of these things. And them called me and Ras Buki. And we came together and we said we need to start something. And this is what we started, because all of us were there in the Rastafari Global Reasoning. I think this was 2001 or 2003, back in the 2000s, they had a Rastafari Global Reasoning at the University of the West Indies. And this is Mona, and this is where I'm from. So, you know, all of us went there, and Buki was there. And we decided, okay, that energy that was created at the Global Reason, we're gonna try and create it online.
Sure.
This is why we're here. And as I said, we have something, according to the agenda, we have something called Rastafari Plan 2021. And I was talking to Waleta Georgis about putting together resources and having a financial plan. Because in the last meeting, I said, you know, it takes cash to care.
Of course.
We have to put our pockets together and decide what we want to do.
We have to pay for our own. Yeah, we have to pay for our own liberation. Yeah.
One of my examples, I was telling Empress Waleta Georgis that I saw the same Muslim we are talking about. They have some people called Ismaili. I was living in Kenya at the time and was looking for somewhere. And I went to this place, gated community. Inside the community, each house is 4-bedroom and it have you would say like a cottage on the side. And so this guy was planning to rent out the cottage. Then in the middle of the community is a basic school, a primary school, and a temple. So I asked him about it. Him say, you know, we are Ismail. Everybody came up with like $5,000, and they just build each unit right after the other, one after the other. It ended up to be over 100 units. So there were 100 families living there. In the middle of the community was a basic school and a primary school. The university and the high school was in a different location. Then they had a hospital, right? So it gave me a physical example of what Rasta is trying to achieve. I could see, hear, and touch what our dream, our vision is. When you go into the community, you have to sign your name, you sign a visitor's book. Who you're going to, where you're going. When you're coming back out, you are signed out by a guard. This is how we need to go to Africa. And I want to tell you that a lot of the Ismaili that was in that compound, they come from England.
Sorry, brother, can I I say something?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Go ahead, Empress.
Giving time for permission. The thing is that for everyone of different faiths and religion and political parties, work of life, whatever, is much easier to build, like you say, communities with hospitals, the school, the own school, own hospital, own resort, on this, on that, because them have easily help and permission from government. For Rastafari people, this is a long, long time, many years that Rastafari people want to build the Rastafari nation, communities, tabernacles everywhere, on school, on hospital, on lawyers, because we need our own lawyers as well, and all those things. But because we are actually the only one that still fight against the system, that we don't go to nobody just to get a little help. So because we actually are very independent people from governments, political parties, leaders, and things like that. So it's very hard for us to get the permission to own a piece of land, to buy the concrete and build how we want, to even tell the children, come to our school, we have our school. You know, it's very hard for Rastafari people to have permission. We actually are not even personally, if you want to cure yourself using natural remedies, you already are tagged as enemy of society and you pay the consequence, right? You know that. So it's very hard. And secondly, it's also hard to build in togetherness something, if even in the very little projects that we can achieve as Rastafari people together, there is a pretty kind of abuse of Rastafari skills and talents according to each one. Like, for example, many people ask you to do work for free, right? And then the word is, I talk as a visual artist. I have a lot of people asking, can you do this, that for free for me? But I have to eat. Them say, Rasta don't think about money, but Rasta need to eat. If I don't have my own land and I can plant my own food, so and I need to buy the food. So there is this this way to think that Rastafari people are unworthy to get a little reward, to want to actually ask people to join, to unite their skill for a Rastafari charity event or cause, for the Rastafari elders, for example, in Needy. And it's very hard to unite people in togetherness and say, we do this. It's much more easy. You find this artist helping whatever charity thing that than instead the Rastafari community. So the problem is that we are so much independent, which is the greatest thing, but because of this we have less possibility and opportunities to get the permission to build our own land. We know that we don't need no permission because we are free human beings. We only Rastafari, Almighty One, give us permission. We don't need permission, but we live in a society that unfortunately is based on bureaucracy, permission, buy land, get the paper for this, get the paper for that, and people.
Yeah.
Yes, sister. Yes, sister.
I think she get cut. I think she get cut this while ago.
Yeah. But
like
what
the internet.
Yeah, probably she don't plug in her phone or something, because
no, sometimes the internet. You see, she come back there, so sometimes the internet just go on and off. You know?
Okay, yeah, the signal is the signal.
Sorry, it's
Yeah.
the signal. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give thanks, Empress Ayata Tafari. Where they are now, Bumpy?
No, I was gonna add to what the sister has said. But sometimes I feel we do miss out on certain things. When I say miss out, we kind of don't recognize certain things. And what I was going to say is we do have to remember that the EWF, the Ethiopian World Federation, it has been in effect from even before I was born. See? And we must cleave to the federation in terms of administration. And
I'm a Ethiopian World Federation member, Charter 43, Unity Lane, Waterhouse.
Give thanks. But I've never, I am one of those who also probably has made the same mistake of never attaching myself to the actual, to the federation. But the goodness for I know is that my good sister, this house I'm in now is my good sister's house, and she is the vice president of the EWF in London, you see. And I spoke to her and I tell her, so, well, I'm right in your house right now. So make me just sign up and deal with it right now. You see me? Because there's no better opportunity for I to do that. I'm right here with the sister. You see what I'm saying? But the reason why I'm start heading towards that reasoning, because what the Empress just said about I and I not having rights when we go here and when we go there around the earth, we can't do this and we can't do that. And if we check things, the Federation is a world organization. It's not just, it doesn't just exist in one place. You see what I'm saying? It exists in many places around, you know, it is here in London, it is in America. There is those in Jamaica, like the I said. And in many other places, probably around the earth, they have their locals. You see what I'm saying? But I think over the years, we have not been, how can I say, working with Federation in order to put things in place for I and I in a this time, you know. Because it's funny that this COVID thing, like, now everybody want to run go Africa. It shouldn't have waited till COVID happened for us to want to do that. You see me? Because from I come in a Rasta in 1978, 79, I was hearing about repatriation from that time there. And look how me now approach me senior years. And just I try to do it now. Better me than do it when me 30 now. Now me I try to do it when me 60.
Never too late. Never too late.
Truly.
Never too late, brother.
Truly.
Yes, Walete. Empress Walete.
Yes, Mrs. Fred.
You know, things happen in periods. You know, there's lots of ones that didn't wait for COVID to come in to have made that move and are still.
Sure.
So, you know, we're just at a different time where we have a different, you know, COVID is now pushing another generation. That's all.
True. I agree. And I'm not casting aspersions on them. I'm just saying that for I know, you know, we supposed to always have that drive there. You see what I'm saying? To repatriate myself out of this Babylonian shitstorm, especially us who live in Europe. Because one of the sisters come on earlier and somebody asked where she's there and she said, I'm in the belly of the beast. I did think that was a beautiful description. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, but I feel you still need to do more to how can I say, to build up the places so one can just run.
Build is the right word. Build is the right
Yeah.
word. There's some people here may I try bring forward. Sonia McCollin, are you there? Sister Sonia? Sonia McCollin. We'll get back to her. And this Empress Deborah Richard, she told me that she was in a loud place and she couldn't talk. Sonia,
Yeah, sorry, I'm on a phone, so it's a bit difficult to do a lot of talking and what have you. But I'm here. Greetings, everyone.
Give thanks.
Yes,
Give
I
thanks.
greetings, sister. Give thanks.
Yeah, Empress Deborah Richards, are you there? Are you still there, Deborah Richards?
Yes, I am. Could
Yeah,
you
she
not
pictures
call,
right here.
could you not call me Empress? I'm not an Empress. There's only one Empress that I see. I really don't.
Humility.
Yeah, I don't
Humility.
really want to
You're
be
so
called that.
humble. You're so humble.
It's only Empress Many that I recognize. Give
You're
thanks.
you're so humble. I like that.
Rastafari.
You're so humble. And Priestess Imani, are you there, Priestess Imani?
I'm able to return. Thank you. Blessed love.
Blessed love. Give thanks. Give
I
thanks.
know people don't like to call me priestess either, because even priestess, the title's having a problem being called a priestess.
Why is that a problem?
I love to be, well, one-on-one saying like priestess, they talking about priestess is like something to do with sodomism and things like that. You know?
What? No.
I'm relating to my ancestors, really. You know, I'm relating to
yeah.
Nefertari.
Well, I want to tell people, when I went to Aksum, there were nuns there. There were priestesses in the cathedral. There, I spoke to one that she had I would say a lot of strength in the compound, because the Aksum is a compound. It's three churches, and there's two different sections, one for women, one for men, where they live. And she was one of the senior priestesses that was in the compound. So yeah, where I say, brother?
Rasmalik, let me ask you a quick question. Because let me say, you know, we tried Ethiopia same way, but I've always known the word for the word for a priest is abuna.
Kez.
So
wait now. Kez. Yes. Abuna is an archbishop.
Okay. I never heard Kez though. I never heard the word Kez. I've always heard Abuna.
Kez is the priest. Kez is the priest.
Okay.
Abuna is an archbishop in the synod.
Thank you. I'm glad. I am so happy that one can make that quite clear.
So I believe the Kes is usually if they're married.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Batawi is the one that's unmarried.
Okay, because me have a brethren in a Malawi, him name himself Batawi.
Yeah, so, but they're unmarried.
Okay.
And my brethren,
Batawi is a monk priest.
Okay.
My brethren.
Yes.
I also took the name because I tried to Aksum in 2017.
Nice.
And I also took the name when I returned from Aksum in 2017.
You know that I was there. That's when I was there, 2017.
Yeah.
I was there March 2017. When were you there?
October, November.
Okay. Were you there for St. Mary Day?
Yes, I was there that day.
Yes. Oh God, that is the day I want to be there. Oh my gosh, you got the fullness.
Yes,
I was also in Ethiopia in 2017.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw you actually. Yes. Wow. I saw you there. Yes.
You didn't say hi, man?
Yes, in Shashamani.
Yeah, I was at the conference.
Yes.
Okay.
Give thanks. Oh, it is Kimani.
Majesty praised.
Rastafari, come on.
Last to the first.
Yes,
ever living, ever faithful, ever sure to see the item. Yes, I. Tuning in how things are going.
Bless, man.
yeah.
Bless.
The reasoning, yeah, man, we just are coming with the reasoning. Yeah.
The majesties be praised. Yes.
Yes,
Selassie.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Give thanks. We
Yes,
that talk about
Yes, sir.
Aksum and we that talk about the priestess Imani, and she was saying that some people never really like the word priestess, but I was giving my testimony that when I went to Aksum, there were priestesses there. There were nuns there. They have on the compound itself, you have women that live there. You have men that live there. You have women who are studying. I spoke to one of them.
Yes.
So I think a lot of the problem is people have ignorance. People are ignorant.
Yes, Malaya. Well, you know, say the woman I get fight a long time from ever since, you know.
True, but my name is Wulde Mariam.
Yes. Well, we all have it to the eye, you know. And it's just balance.
You have to elaborate on that name, Marlon.
It's balance up. It just balance up. We have to have both sides of it.
The Buna told me, he said your name, the function of your name is women and children.
Of course. You see? That's what I'm saying. If you don't have the balance, you can't stand up straight.
Pop down thing.
Yes, you know, seeing like they reject the woman being in line with the man and his authority. It is both of us have authority, you know what I mean? The Father make I to help each other and to care for each other. And man discard it and woman discard it too. So it's only the few that will be chosen. You know, and I have to know that still. It's not the whole away.
We have to remember, say, Kamani, that it was the Greeks that come with that. When the Greeks infiltrated Kemet, you see what I'm saying? And one of the things that they come out of books like that Chris Wilson wrote. What's the book? ISIS Papers.
The ISIS Papers, yeah.
One of the teachings out of that book that Francis Cress Wilson put down to I and I is why the Europeans don't like we. And the significant thing come out of that is why they don't like we is because they know we are greater than them. It's not we say so. It's not no black man come up and say he's greater than any white man. It's them see we as more durable than them. Because everything them do, we survive. You see me? So we always have to remember that. You see what I'm saying? That sometimes it's
the first. This is not a carbon copy. It's original.
Yes, I. Absolutely, Marlon.
When a man thieves something, yes, not cutting the eye there. When a man thieves something, yeah, him have to destroy all the tracks that lead to him.
The trace.
Yeah, they have to all the tracing that lead to him. Him have to destroy that because him no say wherever I go put up, it have to be better than what we put up, and him can't do that. Him can't do that. Him can't do that. Him all know him can't do that. Him a try desperately. Genocide, all them things there, but him can't do it. So yeah, you know, like the sister and the woman them have to take the stand.
I was about to say this
alongside her and I.
I would like to give a song.
Brother Peter.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Rastafari. So I've been listening to the reasoning, and I just wanted the comment about the sistering and the priestess.
Yeah.
And prompt I to make this utterance. I don't take it that one was dissing the sistering with regards to the title priestess. And I think that kind of leads to what was being said earlier on within Rastafari, is that there seems to be, well, it's not seems to be, there is an opposition to structure. Did I mention, for example, federation? Did I mention the experience in Kenya with the Ishmael? Is that one of the things in reflection on Rastafari is that ones and ones take unto themselves titles, and within the wider group or wider body, there is no structure to that title. Like, for example, when one of the sisters said, don't address her as Empress.
Aye.
Now, within the movement, ones and ones take on title of Empress, Jah, High Priest, and there is no structure to say, well, what kind of training has gone through? When I mentioned I reason with nuns in Aksum. Now, those individuals went through training to be able to carry the responsibility and the title. And one of the things within I&I that we and I have to come to accept in order to advance is that we need to observe and respect structure. Now, I don't really know the experience of the project in Kenya with the Ishmael, but I'm going to assume that there is some structure that everyone adheres to. And whether it is on a spiritual level, on a cultural level, on a social level, there has to be some kind of structure. And if I is to reflect on one of the downside with I is that I fail to recognize and observe and embrace structure. I mentioned about a federation, and I believe Ras Malan said that he's a member of the federation, and Ras Bumpy also made that reference. But again, there is that structure, but how many of I embrace that, or we just want to roam free as Rasta, because Rasta is a free spirit? You know, so in summary, I would say that this idea of taking onto ourselves titles and giving ourselves positions that we have not trained for, we have not, has not been bestowed upon ones. This whole idea of not embracing and building up on structures, I think that is all part of, I would say, the downside within I&I. Rastafari.
Aye. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, brother. That is a powerful word sound. Sister JB had raised her hand. Sister JB, you raised your hand earlier. Sister JB.
No, I didn't. Greetings, Rastafari, to everyone in the house.
Greetings, Mr. Strin.
Greetings. I was just, I wasn't raising my hand, I was clapping, I was agreeing with what Bro Peter had to say and saying amen to that. I agree.
Let me hear. But what I was thinking, sorry, not to cut in, what I was thinking is we need to hear from one of the sisters here with I&I. We don't want the males to dominate the reasoning. So one of the sisters them come and block our word sound. Let me move this thing up.
Sister JB, come forward. Cause you know talk.
Even Sister Agpu, you're there for a long time. You're not say nothing. Where she there? Sister Agpu. Where Agpu there? Eh? Where you say, my sister? Come talk to me. Talk to me. You know me. Talk to me.
Rastafari.
It's the last year.
It's mother. It's a joy to see a Ras Bumpy.
Yes, sir. It's a joy to see the eye. You know, it's always a joy. It's always a joy to them amongst my family.
And an honor. Always a joy and an honor.
Yes, Mrs. Strin. Always. Give thanks.
Yes,
sir. Is she.
So which one of the system I gonna take up the floor then?
Sister,
Mr. Arthur.
Walete Georgis,
Well, I think,
as the senior,
Walete Georgis.
as the senior,
I've been enough for the night.
as the senior.
Yeah, I think I've been saying enough.
No, Walete, you never say enough. You're too silent.
No, you come in late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, we give thanks. We give thanks. There's a version that just come in. Aaron Levine.
I don't see. Let me see.
Are you there, brother Aaron?
Oh yes.
Are you there?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, I. Blessed. Where are you zooming from?
I'm zooming from United Kingdom, my lord.
Blessed.
Still, a man just come visit at the foot of some elders and some wise ones, you know.
No, but you want we want to know what the youth them saying, because the next generation have to take over this thing. And so, you know, the baton have to pass. You know, as I was telling the virgin, this virgin, I don't mean to call out your name, but Ras Bumpy say him going to be 60 next month. I is 45, and the is about what, 32?
The eye man.
Yeah.
25, my lord.
All right, you see, so that is the next generation of youths coming. So what we've been talking about is Rastafari Plan 2021, and looking at a Rastafari conference, a convening of a constitutional conference to even trash out some of the themes and the rhetoric that have been kind of creating conflict within the movement for the last 70 years. And one of them we were just talking about, you know, even Empress. And I would say to the Empress, let me see where she is. Empress Deborah, according to I and I growing up in Jamaica, an Empress is one with many children. When you are married, when you are espoused, you are a queen. When you have many, before you are married, according to I tried, you are a princess before you're married. When you're married, you're a queen. When you have children, you are an empress.
Empress. Absolutely.
Blessed marriage. Blessed love. My king man wants to come in. No, I think you should.
Yeah, man. Make we hear the sound, King. Make we hear the sound.
No, you see, we are talking about this tradition. We are talking about we are royal people. When you are royal people, the whole idea of the emperor married crowning empress at the right time is to show the unity between the male and the female. You understand? So it's only one. When you start calling every woman empress, you belittle and belittle the power of the empress. The empress is a divine being. You understand? Right. She's united with her father. She acts upon the visible and the invisible world. These are the things we must learn to tune into, because once you tune into the empress, you gain power, Rastafari, brethren. You gain power to be compassionate, brethren. One empress we know. We don't know 2 and 3 empress. One empress. So when you talk about empress, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the king's wife.
Can I lend something? Can I lend something to what the ayah said? Right? Yes. As Ras Marlon said, because I am one that sees things in the same light as Ras Marlon, that when under the covenant of Rastafari, because remember back in them time there in the 70s, when you meet a woman and your woman becomes your woman becomes your Ras woman.
Princess Black, Princess Black.
She was known as your, we used to call them daughter at the time, if you remember, back in the 70s. Yeah. We used to call them daughter. But what I would say is reggae music come and distort the thing. Because reggae music come and start call every woman empress. One time me did on my market stall a serve and a man say him want to take down a thing and show it to him empress. When we turn around, It was a bald man calling a white woman empress. You see me? Even though we know we're not into the color thing, but we know that this movement in this time is a black liberation to liberate the blackness out of the hands of the European Wazungu.
True word.
Not dealing with racism, but we have to liberate ourselves out of what the Europeans done to it. So get back to the empress word sound. So I see what the ayah say. I do see what the ayah say about this distorting the word empress and bastardizing the word empress by one's calling any woman empress. And you're absolutely right.
True.
Not every woman is an empress. You're absolutely right. But I would still hold what Ras Marlin did say, is when you're under the covenant of Rastafari and those that take Rastafari liberty serious, not just wearing dreadlocks and smoking ganja and listening reggae music, those who take the liberty of Rastafari serious, that means that everywhere you try, no care who people be, they know you. You see me, right? Those ones there who dealing with the true liberty of Rastafari, like you said, when you have your daughter or your woman and you and I get together, she becomes your queen. When she has use for you, and the union of the king and the queen is unified by the man, woman, and child spirit.
Yeah, Virgin, but me tell you something. Yes, hear this, Virgin.
Right, yes, I am.
For the 70s, our elders never share nothing like that, Virgin. The woman is, before she married with Karlstar as a princess.
Yes,
Once she united to a man and take on the man's name, she and the man is one. We see them as unit. You understand? But we don't go about calling her, even when we say Rasta. That is wrong, because we don't do nothing to say that I am a Rasta, because I don't do no work to a Rasta. You know why I say this? When the Emperor Selassie was Rasta, he did things. He created banking system in Bill Road. So therefore, Rasta must be a person who build things to the development of Rasta people. Do you understand? So even the woman, you know what the woman is? Your woman is actually an angel. So when you know, understand Rasta doctrine, you don't need to call her the empress, because we understand what empress. You already have an angel living with you, brethren.
Yes,
and angel, once you attach to the divine of the Emperor Selassie I, we don't need these titles. And if you do need them, we need to work to get them. You know, so we don't belittle. We must never be, because we are royal people in the brethren.
Yes, sir.
We are royal people, so we have to behave in that way. And that's about order and discipline. The empress
that is
brethren.
Wait, one moment. What is your name, King?
Well, I would them call me Jayut still, you know. Yeah.
Jayut. No man, we give thanks. We give thanks to the I word, sound, and power.
Yes,
you know, ultimately this is what we want. This is what we want. This is what we're saying. So between now and July, we are going to trash out certain subject, like how we are talking now. Next month, February 6th, we're going to have another Zoom. March for Empress Menen Earth Strong, Groundation Day, 25th of April, and so on and so forth, till we reach the 23rd of July. At the same time, we're going to be putting up a Gmail, Rastafari Global Reasoning at gmail.com, where we're going to create a working document where people can email them opinion and we'll put together, because you know how Gmail work with Google Docs. You can just add things to the document.
Truly.
That by the 23rd, we actually have a working document now, like things like what the brethren said. You know, ultimately, what the I said, Jayud, I never hear a discussion like this.
Yeah, you got it done, man.
I never leave Jamaica. I never leave Jamaica till I was 33 in 2008, and I never heard an argument like what you're saying.
Brethren, let me tell you something. The argument is the knowledge was always there, you know, brethren. But usually back in the day, I'm talking about 69, 70, coming up 78. The man them wanna want come to take the knowledge. The man them will say them burn book and them burn pencil. They wouldn't come to the knowledge because even in Jamaica, we knew more about the emperor than the man them in Jamaica because you have access to knowledge and books that the man them don't have access to. And the books that we have access to, we have to fight to get them. That's why I said, now I mean now today when people talk a lot of things, when we have so much access to knowledge, we didn't have access to it. We groaned, when we groaned, we spent hours from 6 o'clock in the morning, in the night, right back to 6 o'clock in the evening, reason on the Bible. So this is why I'm saying to you, we need to understand order and discipline. You understand? We are, because we are royal people, we are connected to the Ethiopian Manic brethren. You understand? And we need to understand what they are doing so that we work in conjunction with them and not opposed to what they are doing. The division in Ethiopia now is nothing new. It's been always like that when a king is not on the throne. The scepter is not there, brethren. The one who holds the scepter unite the whole country.
Yeah.
And this is what the war is about, brethren. You know, brethren, I say, yeah, to the Zoom thing, we can have a lot of reason because Rasta, we need a lot of things to be trashed out. Because a lot of people making up things and calling it Rastafari, right? When the elders them never said nothing like that. Because I man studied the elders, I sit down with them, I hear them reason, and I try to find out not what the elder doing now, you know. I want to find out what was his vision. Enough man don't find out the vision of the elder, you know. Find out the vision of the elder so you know where you want to go and you carry it on. That's how we pass on things. So, you know, sometimes when we hear man talk, we run up a mouth and we talk things. Brethren, you see this forum here? When we have this forum here, we forget about side reason. If the reason don't pertain to Rasta development, block it. We want to know what to do now. How we going to know? That is the reason. If the reason we can talk all night. If you're going to sit up your button, we're going to need £4 million to get money to build a proper African village. Man, I talk about just a village, you know. Hear this, virgin. We building a village. When you go to Africa, you know, you go there as a prince, you know. You going as a royal man. We're not living in a poverty, virgin. Because when you live in a poverty, it insults Rasta. Because Rasta youth must educate himself. If you didn't know what Rasta is, the first beginner Rasta is to educate yourself. Educate yourself. That's what Tafari is, you know. Yeah. Tafari is going to go to all the learned men. Yeah. Check this from me, I said today, you know, Bridget, and listen good enough. I am saying Rasta, God the Almighty, are the teacher. How is that? I didn't need to go check that too, you know. Oh, God needs teacher. God needs
I know, the Father.
He showing us what to do and how to behave and how to walk and how to talk.
That's why one of the first languages he spoke was French.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So you see, education, a Rasta man coming a Rasta, education is fundamental. Education about politics, education about your history, education about you as a divine being. How to access my divinity to fulfill Rasta aim and objectives.
Yes, sir.
These are the things we must consider. So we have to consider constitution, organization. What are the principles of organization so that I can, you know, incorporate it in my life when I'm ready for function Rasta operation?
Yeah, man. Governance and justice.
See,
justice and governance
within yourself. When we over and God bless us, then we can have the power to carry out our words with the blessing of God. We can't unite Rasta to God not there with me now. Yeah. We can't beat because the forces were against unity of Rasta is too strong. So me have to have God with me. And this is why the Empress is so important. Because when you go into the higher invisible world and you will link the Empress again, what are you going to say? You abuse her, you call everybody. And she said, why do you call this woman Empress? Look what she did. Look what she did. She don't do nothing like what I did for the Ethiopian people. What have she manifested? She have kids. She have kids, yes, but my Empress, the whole of Africa is her children. The whole Africa. That's why she's an empress. Understand that, my brethren?
Yeah.
They said love.
Yeah, man, give thanks to the word, give thanks to the power.
Sound, Rastafari.
Yeah. We love the word, we love the sound, we love it, we love it, we love it,
Beautiful word sound.
Love it,
Yes,
my
sir.
dada. Yeah, man, I want to say that, yeah, so that is a plan to ultimately trash out certain reasoning within the community and put it in a constitutional form. That we can from that document, we disseminate that document throughout the globe and say this is how we want to look as Rastafari, whether how we dress or we talk to each other or we address each other. As you said, who did say Rastafari needs structure? Somebody did say that earlier.
It's the same brethren.
Peter.
Peter.
Yeah, same brethren.
We need structure. You are right. So I'm gonna give 2 minutes of my trad pertaining to structure. So when I was 18, I started trad Bobo Shanti. This time Emmanuel was still alive. Charles Edwards was still alive at the time. 1994, Emmanuel trad on. And they closed the gate of Zion just before I supposed to get my turban, right? Maybe it's fulfillment for me not to get my turban. So I end up go to Nyabinghi. 1996, there was a march in Jamaica, herb march, legalized herbs. And so all the houses came together to do that march. At that march, I don't know, Elder, you know Brother Brissett?
Hi, man.
No, the elder, the elder with the speak. You know, Kingman, you know Brother Brissett?
No.
Yeah, from Charter 43 of the Ethiopian World Federation.
May come from local 33 still, you know.
Okay. So this brethren now invite us to the Ethiopian World Federation. And this is where we start to trad. But what happened now in Waterhouse is like war go on every minute. So every time we're supposed to go meeting, them say, you know, be a gunshot of fire down at Waterhouse and come down there. So the brethren give us the charter and say, Marlon, go deal with it on the university campus because if you come down here, we're not gonna be in trouble. So he gave us a leeway that we could, although we're under Charter 43, we had the ability to create our own meetings and do our own projects.
Marlon.
That was from 1997.
Marlon, not to cut you. Was you at the conference in 1983 in Jamaica?
1983, I would have been 8 years old, bro.
You talk about Rita.
I forget how young they are still.
Look, you talk about Rita for your Ras Bumpy. You talk about Rita.
It was the first time I hear the Bureaucracy Assembly. You had a big conference.
It was Rita at the time.
Okay. Yes, I'm talking about that one day. I was only, at the time, I was only a young cult myself. I think I was only 22.
I was only 4, but we know the history of our meetings and our conferences. That's what I know, say Rita. You know, see me up on top of my thing.
Yes, I.
Caleb. Yeah, man. So,
I think Kamani, you did that at the conference.
Yeah, I was there. There.
Yes, and I know you because them time there.
Rush Bumpy. Sorry, but Rush Bumpy, you broke up the reasoning that Marlon was given.
Truly. I sidetrack it. Truly.
Yes, give thanks.
Carry on, Marlon. Sorry.
Well, what we're talking about, as I say, is trying to create a working document to eventually have a constitutional conference in July. I would kind of like to hear Raskimani talk about what was the agenda at the time, 1983. If you can, I call, because you know, we can't go forward unless we know.
Well, it really was about like Ras history and the whole cooperative movement. The coming together of ones and ones in a united form.
Yes, I.
There was really at that time, Ras history was dealing with the legacy of the market, the vendors and vendors association and stuff like that. Yeah. I can't remember a lot of the details, Adrian, but that was one of the topics before he came here to.
Yeah, I think at the time, if I'm not wrong, Caleb, that was when they moved up Emmanuel from Bakawal. It was around 83, 84, and he went to Spanish Town before he went to Bobo Hill.
Yeah.
So I think one of the reasons Ras Kimani, why they were talking about the market and so forth, is because Bobo had kind of grew in the Bakawal area.
Yeah.
And so they Siaga, because 1983 Jamaica had a
yes,
election.
It was Siaga, yes.
Yeah.
1983 and wasn't contested by Michael Manley.
True.
And so Siaga now took that opportunity to start to push back. Because remember, you know, Siaga never get power in Jamaica until 1918. Although he was fighting in the 1970s, he didn't actually have governmental power until 1980. And because Michael Manley never won the war to start back in 83, he didn't contest the election.
Yeah.
I think it was December 1983. And then him use this opportunity now, Siaga uses opportunity to start pushback. So they pushed off Emmanuel from Bakawal. Although I was young, I kind of remember some of the news and then push him to Spanish Town. This is before Emmanuel went to Bobo. Cause him leave Bobo and go, him leave Spanish Town and go Bobo Hill in St. Thomas. But they were in Spanish Town, so 83, 83. Right? So I think I think this is probably what prompted the conference, because of the mishandling of the Rastafari community. Going back to Welete Georgis, as I said, up to 1997 now, because I met Brother Brissett from the Ethiopian World Federation. He told me, he counseled me and told me that we should be baptized in the Orthodox Church as members of the Ethiopian World Federation. And this is how
give thanks.
This is how I entered the church. When I went to church, I met Abuna Yishak, which now I got the history of Haile Selassie sending Abuna Yishak. He told me personally that when he called, he was in a cell. His Majesty came to him personally, you know. He's a priest, you know. Remember, he's only a Kez.
Yeah.
And His Majesty came to him personally. And he said, when His Majesty asked him, initially he told him no, because the reputation of Rasta during the time, up in the 60s. And then him said, when His Majesty leave, His Majesty just said, all right, no problem. When His Majesty left, he said a fear came over him. And him said, when you feel that fear of telling His Majesty no,
a true one.
It's like your whole body I get weak.
Tell you can't do nothing at all.
So before I'm gonna sleep, I'm gonna tell the king, no man, I will go.
In faith to sleep.
Because Abuna Ishak actually live in the palace, you know.
Yeah.
That palace, Abuna Ishak actually live in the palace, in the cathedral, because you know you have a part of the palace that is a part of the church. So he's one of the priests that was there. He was young, Abba Mandefra. And so now this is where 97 I got baptized in the Orthodox Church down Maxfield while I was there, because my father is a footballer. So, you know, we tried in the football lineage. I started a football team for the church called Berhani Strikers. And we would go now and play in different community leagues, you know, and this gave another like resurgence to the church itself, because it's almost like community outreach, because we're going into different tavern, Oak Flat, Augustone, Ligani, we're playing different people, and then now the church congregation, some of the people would come and support the team. And then, you know, people talking to us, some of the priests would come with us and talking to the people and so on and so forth. So they know it's a legitimate thing, right? Plus we're wearing the colors, red, gold, and green, Berhani Strikers, you know? And so because of this now, this Ifia, Queen Ifia reach out and say, you know, Marlon, you know, we see that you're doing works in the community and things. Let's come together and create a Rastafari Youth Initiative Council.
Yeah, I heard of them. I've heard of them.
Yes.
I've heard of them.
At this point, I forgot. No. But just sell a Steam Chalice. I have an engagement up at Dub Club, Kingston Dub Clubs.
No problem. Heal up Gabriel for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. To the Rastafari family, you know, blessed global reasoning, you know, 2021, the first for 2021. And yeah, first week of February again. Tentatively, wouldn't mind we keep something next week. I'm bringing in Bill and Estefanos to talk about the Tigray Ethiopia.
Listen, also she can do a recording and we'll play the recording in a Caleb.
All right, cool. Just so.
Because organization.
Yes, sir. So give thanks, family.
Majesty be praised.
Yeah, man. Which part they are reason from?
Yeah, you know somebody at Kingston, Jamaica, uptown.
That's how you're there.
Yeah, Papine.
Give thanks. Papine. Yeah, me know Papine.
Oh, Papine side.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, me know them side. That is because that was part of the conference was up at Papine.
Papine side.
The conference
you
me
were
talk
there.
about. It was up at Papine.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, I. So give thanks. Give thanks for the eye reasoning.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Aye.
Rastafari.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So in other time than now, 97 to 99, while we were doing the football club now, we find say some of the youth them were there in the football team decide that because I was living in the hills at the time, just above Papine. Right? You see those hills behind Papine?
Yes, sir.
That's where I was living.
So Rita used to live up there too.
Rita live on Jack's Hill. So after you pass Papine, now you turn up the hill.
Yeah.
But we turn right, Rita turn left.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Them say Marcus Garvey used to go up there, so too.
Because
Marcus Garvey lived on Mona Road, you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mona.
Yeah.
Well, the houses, they look like there used to be some courts, some courthouses going up Papine Road there to the hill up there, so.
On the left hand side?
On the right hand side when you go up.
Okay,
them did attempted to hang Marcus Garvey upon them tree there.
Yeah, and them said that's why they call it Papine, because it's actually in pop them.
Yeah,
in pop them this up.
Okay, yes,
that's it. And going to the hills. So that hill that Marcus Garvey went to, that's where I was living.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was living. And then the brethren, so when I was in the church now doing the football team, some of the brethren came to the hill. So when we're talking about structure, this is why I bring this up. Because now we created a structure, right? In the hills, we were farming, we were making patties, selling, using that fund to develop, buy material, build more houses. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're like 25 years old doing this.
Okay.
Marlon.
Yeah, it's a foundation, Marlon. It's a foundation, Marlon.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's good. It's great to hear that because certain times some pieces of the puzzle get filled in. But may I ask you a question, Brian Marlon? Is the Millennium Council still in existence?
Yes, Caleb was, I guess, would have been the right person to ask that question because he's on the ground. I don't know if you saw Empress Maxine Stowe that was here earlier.
No, I didn't catch her.
Yeah, she's a lawyer. She's an intellectual property rights lawyer. She's actually one of the people that is around Bonnie Wheeler. She was in the meeting about an hour ago. She is one of the legal representatives of the Millennium Council.
Okay. Because I understand there was 2 Millennium Councils existing in Jamaica. So I don't
What happened now with because this just happened before I left in 2008. The Millennium Council, there were factions. There were factions in the Millennium Council, and some people want it. I think it had happened around the Rastafari Trust Fund. And you know, it's like this is a problem within our organization. Anytime we come with money, there's a splinter for some reason or the other. So when the Rastafari Trust Fund was set up now, this is when the fractioning came about. I guess some people wanted to control the funds and another person wanted to control the funds. People thought that, I guess, Bobo wasn't supposed to have authority over certain things. And I think this is what brought about the fractioning of the Millennium Council. At the same time, when the Millennium Council was going, the Youth Initiative was going. And people were trying to say that we were like the youth arm of the Millennium Council, but we were independent of the Millennium Council. And we actually registered the organization and was doing our own fundraising. And Caleb was the secretary of the Youth Council. So, you know, we actually created structures. And that is one of the things why we create this Zoom now, to actually create our own space. We are not, that's what I go back to say about the Ethiopian World Federation and Brother Brissett, to say that Brother Brissett told me, he said, Marlon, you can have an own meeting, doing your own fundraising, but you still contribute to the Ethiopian World Federation.
Yes, I.
That is I was saying that line of reasoning to reach that point, to say that regardless of being in the Ethiopian World Federation, I don't think it's a problem what we are doing here to create fundraising projects or to approach organizations and then still be a part of the Ethiopian World Federation. We have been doing this since 1997. You know, and it also gives, I go to New York every year. My mother lives in New York, and I link up with the brethren from the World Federation. They have a Nyabingi at Prospect Park. All the different races in New York, they come to the Nyabingi and we reason. So we are not an organ that is separate from the Federation. We are a part of the Federation. But also, just like you live in your house, you earn your money, and then you contribute to the whole. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No fire.
Well said, Dada.
There's nothing wrong with that. I agree with that. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel in accordance to what the I say and to one's and one's vision that we must. You know, it doesn't matter how many different organs there is. How I see it, but one organ must be affiliated to the other.
Yes.
Linked to the other. We need to link up all of these organs.
That is the Ethiopian World Federation. That is because it says World Federation, Ethiopian World Federation. So it links Ethiopia, the world, as a federation. And what is a federation? A federation has autonomous organs. That is what
Right. Absolutely.
that is what a
No,
federation
absolutely.
is.
Absolutely, Marlon.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, Brother Peter. Brother Peter.
Yes, I'm gonna appreciate the journey of explanation that I give. And when I'm on mention about a federation and whether or not one is carrying out certain works, it is right that ones and ones still function because we know the history of the federation and the, if you like, the functioning and the unfunctioning. And to see that it hasn't stopped ones from still moving forward. So yes, I man give thanks for that, you know. And I would also want to say that give thanks to those who have organized this gathering. And I'm pleased to hear that there is the agenda for 2021. And yes, I man just give them thanks, you know. Yes, sir, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Mahatma.
Yes, sir, it's last year.
Rastafari, Peter. Long time no hear you, know, Mahatma. I say greetings, Kimani this, yeah?
Yes, sir, I'm on seat.
Yes, I give thanks.
Bless.
Yes, Brother Marlon, you know, that sound is that trod, that foundation trod that you just mentioned is really appropriate to your existence now, because, you know, seeing you now is like, wow, you know, you really moved me there, you know, earlier.
These are those that came through the Great Tribulation.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Think about what the brother Wolde was saying, and also Mahatma, was that the titles we assume in this time, like Ras, because we don't want to leave out the man them, you know. Everyone is a Ras today. I don't like to be called Ras because I'm not part of that Ethiopian tradition. Knowing what a Ras is, you know what I mean? So the young generation of Rastafari, Benjamin, you know, as I don't know if it came to reggae music, but I think the idea of Ras for everyone came up somewhere in the 80s. Prior to that, it was bongo and things like that, you know.
Yes, I. Yes, I.
You know, everyone was in a Ras. You know, everyone now has a Ras. So if you talking with an Ethiopian community and you say you're a Ras, what are you implying to them? But how could he be a Ras? Where are you from? They would ask you, are you from the Caribbean? You know, so how could you be a Ras, you know? They wouldn't probably ask you that directly, but it would be implied. Because you don't belong to the Ras sphere. You're Rastafari brethren, but you're not within the Ethiopic tradition of what a Ras is. Like the brother said, His Majesty was a Ras. Wolde said His Majesty was a Ras, and he built things. He had work to do from 12. He was working. The government was on his shoulders from them times, you know, because he saw that as royalty, he had an obligation to the community that he lived and the country. So the idea of empress and as being calling the woman empress without status, without commitment to not only the family that she has, but to the land that she lives in, or the people that make up the nation. How do we get rid of it? How do we, you know, as you say, we need to formulate structures that put these objectives in place, that we know we have to inform the sisters, inform the brethren, what needs to be the formidable process or the protocols of being Rastafari.
Kimani, can I
Yes.
interject? Let me interject a little bit.
Yes.
Because being a connoisseur of reggae music,
yeah,
right, that most for I and I as a one, then man or woman, man get the vision of Rastafari through different avenues. You see me? And I've heard ones make reference to say that Rastafari come to them through reading the Bible. Right? I hear ones and ones say Rastafari come to them through visions them have. I hear Rastafari ones and ones say Rastafari come to them because them see it as a youth. So what I'm saying is there's many ways that Rastafari, the vision of Rastafari came to ones and ones. But just like the data said earlier on, and distortion of the word sound, like we just trash out the distortion of the word sound empress, right? I feel a lot of these distortions on Rastafari have come through reggae music and reggae musicians. You see, because not all the musicians took up the music as a message, as a way of delivering a message to the people, like Bob and Bonnie and Peter and Bob Andy, Clancy Eccles, and some of the early ones them come forward. The music was a message that they can share the knowledge to the people, you see. But I think, I would say after the death of Bob and Peter and certain prominent ones, Prince Farai and certain prominent ones in the early 80s, the whole movement got distorted, and that distortion brought fragmentation, you see. So that is why you're getting all these words just fling up. But I don't have a problem with calling myself Ras. And here for the reason why, it's like I did say earlier on, and it's like the daughter from Italy was saying the same way, that Rastafari is a thing you cannot adopt it. You cannot convert to it. You either have to born to be it or not. If you're not born to be this liberty, it would spit you back out. Or you will start going with folly and people will see it. It's not a thing you can adopt. You have to born to be Ras. And the reason why I don't have a problem with the word Ras, and I do see what you're saying, Kimani, you're right, that Ras is a princely title in the Ethiopian monarchy. But true, that was the name of Haile Selassie, Rastafari Makonnen, or Rastafari Makonnen. So we put the two together and get Rastafari, like I'm saying to the eye. But I do agree that everyone is using the word Ras. Come even hear a man the other day call himself Ras Dragon. And I was trying to see how the two words then fit.
What?
Because if call him, he's a DJ still. He's a DJ upon the radio.
Ras Dragon?
He might call himself Ras Dragon.
Wow.
Right?
Like Ras Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg. Yes, Marlon.
Here fire. A dog cannot be a lion. Once you born a dog, he's a dog. Me never see a dog convert to a lion. So Snoop is no lion. Snoop is a dog. And he will always be a dog. You know, born Rastafari, he want to take up Rasta and convert himself to Rasta and say I'm a Rasta. He could never be Rasta. You see what I'm saying? You know, because Rastafari is not born in his heart. He might smoke weed and have long hair, but that don't make him a Rasta.
Wait, no. Here's after that him they do a gospel album.
We never know that.
After the, you know, so after the gospel album, him convert to Islam.
Stick to the reasoning. Stick to the reasoning.
After, yeah, man. So, anyway,
can I ask a question?
Yes, Waleta.
Blessed Lord.
Yes,
Bumpy,
priestess.
You need to do a head steam. I see a snips. You need to do a steaming.
Well,
you need to steam your head.
Forget out the mucus.
Yes, sir. You need to do some steaming with some eucalyptus and some pimento oil or something like that, and you know, have a good steam.
You know, me just cook some food while me talk, and me just do some ginger and something as soon as me done. Because since we come in from Africa, me appear that me a snivel, pure mucus. You see me? So,
the smog over London.
Must see something.
The smog where they over London.
I pay that me have since we come in. Pay that and some days it's worse than others, you know.
And them a kill off people.
Yeah. No, well, my warning to the item, brothers and sisters. Come out of her, my people.
Sure.
Come out of her.
Sure.
Mother of harlots. Come out of her. Right? Because she's an abomination unto the Most High. Sure. And she is the tamer of dragons.
Sure.
So my advice to the eye is to come out of her.
Yes,
I was telling Waleta Georges, Senegal is right there. If you don't even want to go Senegal, you can go Canary Islands. It's right there beside Gibraltar. I don't think it takes 150 pounds to get there. Right? And this is not the time for you to look left and look right. Move. Brothers and sisters, move. We can say, if we did know, it is in front of our eyes. We cannot play blind ostrich anymore.
Truly.
So that's why I said this year is very critical. And that's why we want to have this working document for the Constitutional Convention, that at least when we move, we have a paper now. We not go to Africa confused, because this is the problem that Africans have with Rasta. When you go Ghana, you go South Africa, or whatever, you know, you have this man has said this over there, so that man has said that over there. So once there is, so in England, do you know that the Constitution is not written?
Yes, I.
The Magna Carta?
No, the Magna Carta is just an agreement. The Constitution itself is loose.
Yes, the only country in the world that
there's a few laws here, there's a few laws there. The Constitution itself of England is not written in one document.
True.
Yeah, it's always been on that.
It's always like the only country in the world like that, I think. Yeah.
So we don't want to be like them.
Yes, I.
We don't want to be like them. The Ethiopian.
Sister, can you hear? What do you say? Can you hear?
Talk up.
I'm saying we should be moving with the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated.
Sure.
No, we are with it. I think everyone here is with it. We're talking about lifestyle constitution for Rasta, because the Ethiopian World Federation is for all Black people, right?
Truly,
so,
absolutely.
The type of constitution we're talking about is lifestyle. Just like how the Virgin was saying, we can't say empress or emperor to anybody. And going further into that argument, 1973, when they had a revolution against His Majesty, it was against the order of races. After 1974, Ethiopia did not have any more races. It is Rastafari, the movement, who maintain the order of races. I would call the brethren Wolf, the
Solomon Wolf.
Solomon Wolf that drop out. I would call him a ras. I would call him a ras. In Ethiopia, they would not, because they had a revolution against races. So we are the only ones that actually maintain a royal standard flag with a lion. It's not in Ethiopia.
True. Truly, the Ethiopians don't maintain it. You know, see how them change the flag. You know, see how they change the flag. Take off the lion off the flag.
If we are saying structure, we have to look at the structure that was torn down in 1974, right? We are literally a people in exile.
Truly, absolutely.
So this is why we have to have a constitutional convention. We have to have a working document to say, are we using the flag with the lion? Is the red at the top or at the bottom? Are we gonna call queens empresses or not? We need to put down those things, and those things are different from the constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation. And that's why we have to have a different constitutional convention.
Definitely.
Because people have been, one second, Bookie. People have been disuniting, going against each other, creating conflict just because of these simple little nuances that is in our culture.
Surely.
And we need to once and for all come out of it. Yes, Rasbuki.
Wow, wonderful. So true, the evening, blessed love. Love the reasoning. Love the advancement and the reasoning. This is the way. We just find the way. We're on the way. We're on the correct path. I want to continue, us to continue with this, because every Rasta has so much different greatness in himself, in his mind, that is there in his mind, that it need to come out. And this is the time that each one can even freedom of speech, you know, freedom freely to speak, you know, and don't have to fight against me because me like the color red at top, or me like the red at bottom, and me a Bobo Chante, or me a World Federation, or me a this and that. Come on, let's Lego the organization and unite with Rastafari Global Reasoning. We have to unite with Rastafari Global. This platform is a true platform because everyone can come. Even the youngest baby can join us. We want to learn about Rastafari, the biggest one, the elder one, whatever can come here. But you can't carry problem from Nyabingi to the 12th tribe. Now it even, you almost say most of these organizations is like they're not working, they're not active. And the world need Rastafari right now more than ever. We need to define direct our direction where we're heading to. Because a man can say Selassie is God over here, but next man says Selassie is king there. So we need to know, define, yes. With that, you know, we love the reasoning. I'm very emotional. I love it. I don't have the words to.
Rasbuki, the problem now.
Thank you.
The problem now, we've been on this thing for the last 7 hours. We've been talking for 7.5 hours. This Empress Asfa was the first one. Trudy was the first one that came on 10:45. And she's been here for over 7 hours. And I want to tell you,
I'm wide awake.
We have half of it has been recorded. 3.5 hours was recorded. And
make sure she leave her email. Make sure everybody leave their emails though. We're not finished yet. Leave all the emails. We need to network.
Put your email. Just put your email in the chat. Just put your email on the chat.
So yeah, but Rastafari. Can I just say I only got the information. I only got the information about the meeting this evening. So
that is how Rastafari work, you know. Rastafari is never late. Rastafari is only on time.
No. We're talking about discipline and order.
Yes,
I
yes,
know
I agree
certain
with that.
ones. I know certain ones couldn't make the meeting because they had prior engagements.
Yeah,
You know,
there's
it's a
another
lot-
there's
a
another
lot.
meeting. There's another meeting going on at 5 o'clock. Since 5 o'clock. So
No, but
that's kind of why
but
I wanna go and listen to what they are saying. But we put out the sound 2.5 weeks ago. We've been sending out emails and Facebook for the last 2 weeks. And this is our 7th Zoom. This is our first for this year. This is our 7th Zoom. And just like how on this Zoom, we say the next time we're gonna have a Zoom. So people know that Rastafari Reasoning have been, if you Google Rastafari Reasoning, or as I said, RastafariGlobal.com is a website. The flyers are on the website. So
yeah, I know that because I've been on there. But what I'm saying is that, you know, if it's a global reasoning, you know, what about the other the continent? We need to have more input from the continent and other, you
We
know, like
understand that.
yes, you know,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. It's supposed to be global. We're supposed to be dealing with an international thing right now.
well,
You know,
I mean,
because lots of INI is suffering right now in
no, I mean
different
the thing about it,
countries.
I'm in
Yes.
DC, Buki is in Panama, Khaled is
Yes.
in Jamaica. There was
So
just a
it is.
sister that called from Italy. You
Yeah.
are in England.
Yes,
Yeah.
I.
Yeah, but
So
there's
we are
far
global.
more. Far
We are
more.
global.
Yeah, we
We
are
are.
Well,
We are global.
if you say so, but I don't see that as global.
No,
So
but it takes time. It
Jamaica,
takes time because a
America,
lot of
Panama, England, Italy. I mean, that's like literally around the world.
yeah.
If that's not global, I don't know what is.
No, but the point of the global is that we are in different spaces talking
Yes, yeah, over that.
talking to people about Rastafari. I look on a reasoning on a spiritual level. Like if it is the will of the Almighty, you will have, as I said, we have promoted this thing for the last 6 months.
Okay.
We've had reasonings with 40, 50 people. We've had reasonings with 4, as you know, Empress Walete knows. We've had reason with just the 2 of us. I look on things very spiritual and say that the Almighty elect life.
Truly.
We have sent out the flyer to people. My Facebook alone has said I've invited over 537 people.
Wow.
Okay.
In my Facebook, there's 61 people that said that they were coming. This brethren, Aaron Levine, you saw that invitation, right?
Yes, my lord.
All right. So Aaron is one of the few people.
Sorry. No, I saw it on advertised on Instagram, my lord.
Right. Garfield Treasure is one of those people that was sent the invitation. So people come and people give their energy to what they want. I not force nobody to do nothing. You know?
Truly.
You see what I said? As I said, when I was in the hills, living by myself, is me, one, and God, you know.
Yes, I
live in Africa for almost 8 years. The amount of links and people that I know. This is why I'm on this thing, to disseminate the information that I've gathered for the last 15 years. I was a personal bodyguard for Ermiah Saleh Selassie when he came to Jamaica. I spoke to him at length. Me and him sit down and reason, and the man said, ask me any question you want. So there is information that I have to disseminate. Now, if the people don't want to come and listen, I don't have a problem.
Yes, I.
Yeah,
yes,
this is how I look on it.
The rest of them have a system. Some of them have a system where them fight against them own self. You know, them fight. There's a man fighting them own self, fight against them own truth.
Rasbuki.
Yeah.
Rasbuki. You don't just go into the mountain and get a diamond, you know.
You have to keep working, sir. The man said, where your God as in his name, that's where his presence is. Once we
Yes,
are
I.
in oneness, we satisfied. You have to be satisfied. You know.
As I said, when Abuna Ishak met me, I was his personal student. And this is a man who spent time with His Majesty. Right? And they brought priests to Jamaica to interview me in the hills. This priest here, Haile Selassie, his name, the Batawi priest is a very famous Batawi priest in Ethiopia. Because them same look like Bob Marley. And he came to Jamaica and they brought him into the mountains to interview me. People have to search. You have to find value in some of the darkest, deepest places in the world.
Yes, I.
But the truth is, when you find the truth, what do you do with it?
You deal with it.
Do you hide it under a rock? Or do you build upon the truth as a foundation?
Go tell it to the nation.
Yeah, you spread it out.
I want the elder Deborah, can the king man give us a benediction to try out?
One moment, the Rastafari Global Reason. I'm sorry, Aluta, one moment. I just sent the email for us, so you can email us right there, Rastafari Global Reasoning. 2020 Yahoo for the moment. We have some other links, but you can use this one to immediately email us any information you need.
Rasbucky.
Put it in the group of the chat.
Yeah, it's there.
How do I get to write my email? I don't know how to write it in. How do I get to write it in?
The chat. You go via the chat.
Go to the chat and write everyone.
The second one on the bottom.
Right. Yeah.
You see it?
Wait, it says chat. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see it now. All right. Give thanks.
Yeah. King man.
Yeah, I cite it.
Yes, I am.
Trad we out there.
All right. Yo, I'm gonna do. In the name of the Most High God, Jah, Rastafari, and Christ, the first. May the Adonai bless the item and keep the item. May the Adonai bless the item and inspire the item to come in and fulfill the aim and objective. May the Adonai bless us to bring about the unity of Rasta. May the Adonai bless the brethren then who put on the whole operation so that we can communicate. May the Adonai continue bless I and I continually. May his love preparing us the best to reach his love. Why do the range and the people imagine a being thing, and the kings of the earth set themselves, and the ruler take counsel against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break the bands of thunder and cast a card from us. He that sit them shall laugh. The Lord God, Rastafari and Christ Selassie the first, shall have them in version. Then shall he speak on them and wrath them in sore displeasure. Yet have I set thy king upon the holy hills of Zion. I will declare, decree the Lord said unto I, thou art thy son, this day I begot thee. Ask of I, and I give thee in for the inheritance that uttermost part of the earth by thy possession. Thou shalt break them with the rod of iron, thou shalt dash them pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise, therefore, kings, be instructed, the judge of the earth. Serve the Lord God, your Rastafari, fear and kiss the stone, least be angry and perish from the way. Blessed be the Lord God, your Rastafari, and Christ, Selassie, the first I tablet. Best me a full manifest kedos, I do am lucky, do Selassie, El Selassie, is your Teshalin, Blessed be the Adonai, Jah,
Rastafari.
You're good, my
Selassie. Till the 6th of February.
Yes, I am.
Majesty be praised.
Yes, I give thanks ones and ones until such time.
Marlon and Bookie.
Truly,
thanks and everyone.
Bless and love.
Rastafari.
Give thanks.